Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
In a world full of podcasts, you love Chicago Bears podcasts. Sometimes you so badly wish that you could be a part of the show. You must be sick and tired of typing your words into a keyboard. You have been stuck in the chat zone. Your voice matters. Why not use it? Well, now is your chance on Bears Barroom Open Mic Night, where you are the show.
Welcome to Bears Barroom Open Mic Night. We have got a packed show here for you guys. It's going to be a great show. We're hoping to have Chris Watts join us, but it's a little late. He might have lost us. But we're going to be promoting the Chris Watts GoFundMe account because we're trying to get Chris Watts to Chicago for a Bears game. And in the meantime, we have some very special guests this open mic night. We have AC and KB from the Barfly Tailgate Show, as well as Nomad, of course. And we also have Dan and Aldo. So this is going to be a fun show. Guys, I am excited to have every one of you on the show. How you guys doing tonight?
I'm getting fucked up, man. My boy Aldo drinking for everybody, man. I wish your boy could right now. Go ahead, do it for me, Aldo. Do it for me.
Congratulations to you, baby. Family coming to the Bears. That's awesome news, man. Congratulations.
That's right. Family business, baby. Family business, baby. You feel me?
Andrew Billings to the Bears, KB's little big cuz.
Yeah. Oh my God, bro!
Speak on it, KB. I ain't gonna cut you off,
bro. The excitement, you feel me? It was crazy because I actually found out through a text message. Right, somebody had you know what I'm saying. I said somebody, Shane. If anybody knows him, he used to be with the Barroom, man. He sent me a text message, and it was an Instagram post. I'm like, what the fuck is this? So I click on it. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of blurry eyed. You know what I'm saying? I'm just waking up from a nap, and I'm like, wait, Andrew signed with the. Get the fuck out of here! So I start going fucking nuts. Oh my God! Oh my! Look at me at work. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? But my cousin just signed with the Bears. Oh my God! I'm freaking out. I'm running around the station and shit, texting everybody that I know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get a hold of people. I mean, bro, the family chat starts to go crazy. I had folks tagging me on Facebook, folks tagging me on Twitter, Instagram. I'm like, hey, bro, like. I was tearing up, you know what I'm saying? Like, because the first thing that came to mind was like, man, me and my boy AC, and I would be remiss not to mention Jordan, man. We were working on this man. You hear me? We brought him in for a podcast. He's sitting there, he's talking to us. We like every other sentence that, you know, the Bears got money. You know, the Bears need D-line help. You know, the families, we got a lot of family that's on this side of the country. You know, you can bring your ass here. A lot of us will come see you. So,
hey, you told me you can stay at your crib, brother.
Hey, bro, like, you come to the house. You feel me, man? Like, you only an hour and a half away from the stadium. You feel me? It was just one of those things. It's like I heard people before. They said, "Why have you ever said anything about him joining?" I said it in person. It's something I never thought would happen because he's a Dallas kid. I say he's a Dallas kid. He's a Waco kid. He's a Texas kid. He's Texas bred. Right now, he's probably the strongest guy on the team, like hands down. I was at a loss for words all day since I found out, man.
Imagine.
I'm too excited. I'm geeked. It just gives me more of a rooting interest already for a team that I didn't think I could never get any more invested than I'm already am. You feel me? So, man, I'm happy. Y'all can see it. You know what I'm saying? My boy AC cheesing before we came on air, he was like, man, it's like my family joined. You know what I'm saying? It's the truth, man. That's how he made you feel when we were around him, dog. So
Yeah.
man,
His
I'm
wife's
just,
from
just
Kentucky,
excited.
so you know he's a smart guy too.
You see? Go ahead and speak on the AC, man. Go ahead and speak on it, baby.
Hey, I was fired up, man. I told you when you texted me, like I was at work and my phone just kept buzzing, just buzzing and buzzing. I finally look at it, it's you and Badge going back and forth about, oh shit, Billings signed. So I was fired up about it. Of course, I sent the text over to Mallory, let her know what was going on. She was at work too. And Mallory met him in Cleveland as well. She loves the guy, and it was just great, man. To have, I already told her, I said I'm getting a jersey. So as soon as I find out what number he's wearing, I got a Billings jersey on the way. I'm telling you.
It's wild.
I saw the special that you guys had him on, and you guys are right, man. You, KB, you and Jordan just slayed him.
Bro, it was relentless.
I remember thinking, man, I hope this guy ends up on the Bears, and here we are. He's a Bear. Aldo, how do you feel about that?
I was shocked at the news. It was, to me, kind of a pipe dream ad. Something cool like that would never happen. And here it is. It happened. And the fact is, as Jordan has been pointing out in the chat room, this guy has skills to step in right away and make a big impact. He can play that one tech. He can see some reps at 3 tech. This guy's going to be a great addition for this football team and help, brick by brick, as Greg Braggs is saying on that other podcast, brick by brick. And this guy could be a major part of the brick. I know it's just a 1-year deal, but that's how this works. You play well and you make a name for yourself in the Bears organization, and then they sign you to 2 or 3 years. And I'm so happy for my man KB. You deserve this, and I'm just stunned, man. It's really cool.
Big time, man.
I agree, man. What do you guys think up there, Nomad? Dan?
Who's
Nomad,
going?
you there? Go ahead, Nomad. He's muted. I think he might be gone. Dan, what do you think about this? This is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, if I ever had a family member play for the team, which obviously isn't going to happen, I would be similar in my disposition as to the adulation that I've been hearing since I came on before he even went on air. So, yeah, I think it's a very cool moment. And as we all are dedicated Bears fans, it gives you even more incentive to be emotionally invested when you have a fucking family member on the team. So, yeah, that's a tremendous thing. If you don't mind me asking, though, if you don't mind me transitioning just a second, because we could use all the help we could get up there. Now that Clowney's been cut by Cleveland, what are you all's thoughts on maybe the Bears going after Clowney?
Hey, man, I know personally, I what I'm saying, my first thought was Yannick, if you can get him or Clowney, because you need a veteran presence on the edge. I like Walker. He's been decent, man. And he just came off one of the best years he's had. But Clowney is solid, bro. I can't say that I know what his sack numbers have been, but he always seems to be in the backfield. So I wouldn't mind going after Clowney, especially if you can get him on a 1-year deal.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about that, KB or AC?
Honestly, I think Clowney. I've never been too high on Clowney. He got the first number 1 overall pick, and I feel like a lot of that was because of the big hit he had at South Carolina against your boys at Michigan, KB, where he hit the running back in the backfield and picked up the ball, and he had all the tools and all the size, and I just feel like he never really lived up to what he should be. And if it's up to me, I'm going Ngakoue because he's actually had the numbers. He's actually produced the sack numbers. He's not great against the run, but our leading sacker was Jaquan Brisker. You know what I'm saying? That's just unacceptable, especially if you're a D lineman. You got to feel like, I don't know, like almost like bad that you didn't have the numbers, that you didn't have the success you accept. KB, your cousin's a defensive lineman. I'm sure he would feel the same way. You just expect to have numbers, and I don't feel like Clowney's lived up to his draft status. If it's between those two, I'm going Ngakoue myself.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. He never really lived up to that first pick, status. And I'm not sure. I mean, maybe as just a veteran piece, if we get a younger defensive lineman that that could use a little bit of older leadership on the team, but that's about the only value I see from him.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
was just going to say real quick, Jadeveon, has had 14 sacks in the last 4 years, and 9 of them are in one of those 4 seasons. So he's been a great disappointment in terms of the results delivered, and he seems to always either get hurt or he just disappears. And so that's the type of player you really don't want, particularly a guy who is now going to be playing on his 5th team in 6 years. Why? What's going on there? And the kid from Indianapolis, I think, would be a much better acquisition. I agree with the others on that.
So if it seems unequivocal across the board that no one wants Clowney, there are also reports that the Cowboys are going to cut Ezekiel Elliott. Now, I know the Bears have signed 2 running backs in the last 3 days now. What are your thoughts on Elliott? Mike Singletary's all for it.
So with the signing of Foreman, and then you get what's my man Travis Homer, I think you might end up passing on him. Zeke is a good downhill back, but he just doesn't have the same burst that he used to have. I don't know if it was because of the added weight. I don't know what the case may be. If we were getting right out of Ohio State Ezekiel Elliott, I know that's a pipe dream, but that's a hell yeah. That's a yes on every day, even the fake days. You taking that? But right now, you got to be excited about what you got right now. Foreman was decently good last year. Herbert was as good as he was in the limited time he played, and Travis Homer's a decent, 3rd string back. So you got to like what the Poles is doing right now with the running back room, and then you still got the opportunity to draft somebody. So I would say I'll be out on Zeke.
Yeah, I think I'm out on Zeke too. I mean, he was great coming out of college, and then just like KB said, he's kind of lost his burst. He's been the short yardage back in Dallas. Looks like the better running back at this point, which is why they kept him instead of Zeke. And I don't know with these signings. I don't know if I'm going up there with Zeke. I don't know what kind of money he's asking for. Honestly, if I'm Zeke, I feel like I'm going to Kansas City or somewhere where I'm trying to get a ring before I'm all the way done. You know what I'm saying? Running backs don't last long in this league anymore. Paying these guys, you got to play the salary cap game and stuff. And I just don't. If I'm Zeke, I'm going to KC, to be completely honest.
Well, let me point out that I'm not advocating signing him. I was just curious what everyone else was thinking. The person that I've been, can we cuss on this show? Is this rated R?
Yes.
The guy I've been beating my cock to every day, the thought of, is Derrick Henry. They could get Henry. I mean, I'm sure they'd have to. Now, someone told me that he was a free agent. I thought he had one more year to go with the Titans. But either way, whatever we'd got to do to get that guy, I would buy his jersey as soon as the acquisition went through.
Yeah, I'm not.
Derrick Henry's about 3 hours from. Go ahead, Aldo.
No, I was just going to say Henry would be nice, but I think the acquisition of Dante means that they're done signing free agents at that running back position. And I'm positive. I've been saying this for weeks now. I truly believe that the next Bears #1 running back is coming out of this draft, and the team can find somebody with that 3rd round pick at 93, I think it is that pick, or even go to 101 with the 4th round pick, and they can find somebody like a Zach Evans out of Ole Miss, or they can find somebody like a Dwayne McBride out of Auburn or Florida, I believe he is. Tajay Spears might not be a #1 because
damn, you stole my name, Aldo.
and as Cliff Victoria just said, Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama. He's got all the F and Qs you want. He's got that breakaway speed. He's considered the 2nd best running back, so he's probably going to be a 2nd round pick, early 2nd round. But if you can somehow get Gibbs, I would be ecstatic.
Gibbs gives me a faster Alvin Kamara feel, man.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can get that would be fucking fantastic.
Yep, indeed.
I don't know if you guys watched the I don't know if you guys watched the national championship games, but that Georgia running back McIntosh, man, he had some bursts as well. He took off on that big run. He tripped up at the end, but I think they still won the game, which was nice. But McIntosh is projected 5th, 6th round. I think that's the kind of round that they're really looking at. I don't see him swinging heavy high. I mean, with what we haven't done, offensive line and then the edge rusher, I think that's where you're looking at with 9 and maybe even the 2nd round. Nomad, you still with us, brother? I ain't heard you all show, bro. What's up?
I don't know what's going on with Nomad.
He might be getting ready to, you know what I'm saying, go open up a can of whoop ass on Don Burton. You know he's saying let him know when that motherfucker slide in the chat. Nomad, he is there, son. Go with this motherfucker's ass.
He's been talking shit about Billings since he got here.
What?
Oh man, he must be dealing with something at home. So I'm sure he'll come back when he unmutes himself. But
no, I'm right here. I was on mute, man.
Oh, okay.
I'm on mute. I was just enjoying you guys, man, and trying to keep my damn mouth closed because it's fun not having to talk all the time. I enjoy you guys, but when y'all are done, give me that glide path. I'm putting Don ass.
Go.
Just
Go.
give it to me.
I wanna hear
Ass, baby.
Let's hear this. Go.
You ready?
Yep.
You ready? Don, where you at? How you like that Deontay Foreman signing? How you like that? How you like that 165 yard on y'all ass? 165 yards. Them dudes didn't want nothing. Nothing. Say something, Don. I want you to. Say something. Get in there and say something. Say something. Exactly.
That's him.
That sounds like a dog.
Yeah. Pull him back. Get the dogs back. Don't stick them on him. Don't do it.
I want Don to say something. Say something.
Oh.
And you know what?
Here you go.
He messed up because Aldo's on the show, and he can pull that Detroit Lion tape of Deontay Foreman with Carolina on that 165. Say something, Don.
There you go. There's his rebuttal. Nomad. Foreman been on 5 teams. LOL at 26.
Get him with the video, Aldo. It's all on tape. Get him with the video and let the video speak for itself. You know what? Kirby Joseph didn't want nothing. The 2 linebackers, 34, 44, they didn't want nothing. None of them chumps. He was handing out lumps to every one of them chumps. They don't want none of Deontay Foreman. So take David Montgomery. We'll up you one.
Wait, what happened?
I'm not gonna say anything bad about David Montgomery. I love that dude. To be completely honest,
Yes.
I like Devontae Foreman coming out of the draft. It hurts that David Montgomery's not here no more, but I mean, the Lions. That's a solid move by the Lions. I know you ain't here to start a fist fight, but I'll be honest. I like that move by the Lions.
It's a good move, man. But you know what? You take one of ours, we'll up you one. We'll put 165 yards on your ass. David Montgomery ain't putting 165 yards on us. I'm sorry. I love that guy, but he ain't doing that.
I give you that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it hurt to see him walk, man. But to be honest, it's a move I believe everybody knew was coming. You know what I'm saying? It's a move we all done talked about because when you sit here and talk, a lot of folks is like, man, we should go after this player if he get cut. We should go after this player when he get cut. I know I didn't say that. I said, you know what I'm saying? I love Montgomery, but the one thing Montgomery lacked was the burst. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you really need. I mean, to be honest, DanTheDirtyBears Foreman is a 4-4. Is a 4-4 guy.
KB, look in the chat. He picking Don Burr's picking fights with Jordan and whoever else he in the chat. He ain't saying shit to nobody.
Exactly. He ain't got nothing to say, bro.
Aldo got an answer for him right there on videotape. You don't want nothing.
Hey,
it's like the rest of the Detroit Lions.
If he follows the tape,
look at him. I can tell he's doing something when he was chewing on his tongue.
Look at that. They ain't want nothing, man. That's the light stuff. Wait till they see the heavy stuff, man.
All right, do we have to narrate this?
Nothing to do with that cat.
Do we have to explain this like it's educational? Okay, so here we see the quarterback dropping off and handing off the ball to Deontay.
Look at that.
And then you see the Lions getting basted.
Just getting started.
He was handing out lumps to every one of them. For
educational purposes. And then he's getting basted.
Look at that.
Wow. Man, look at that.
Oh my goodness.
You want some of that?
Oh.
You want some of that, Don? Get you some.
Ooh.
Get you some of that.
Looks like he knows how to paste your team, though, Don.
Right, five teams, and guess what? He just found the six to whoop your ass on.
Look at that!
Oh.
If it's not for 26, Foreman has another 100 yards on his total.
Hey, Don said he been with 5 teams. I bet you he start that game against y'all. I guarantee he start that game. He gonna serve you, mothers.
Wasn't it actually this game against Dante Foreman?
Look
the
at
Lions
Jeff
were
Okudah.
fighting for a playoff spot in this game.
Right. That's
Let's
right.
not
He knocked
forget
him
that.
out. That's
Bird.
right.
Although rewind that play, man. Look at Jeff Okudah. He ain't want nothing.
Don, you can't bring up a 31 blowout for a team that was trying to jockey for the number 1 pick.
Jeff Okudah didn't want nothing, man.
We've been playing the tank job for how long, bro? Like every Bears fan knew that shit like a quarter through the damn season. We was like, oh shit, we suck. They traded away everybody. We must be tanking.
Let's not forget the Panthers quarterback that day is on our team now too.
Oh,
That's
PJ.
Oh, that's right. The wide receiver, the quarterback, the running back. Oh, Don Burr.
Look at that, Don.
Hey, did anybody know this boy? We'd have became the goddamn Carolina Titans. we went and got the goddamn fullback from the Titans, the lineman from the Titans, the goddamn coach from the Titans, the defense
and all their
from the
draft
Titans.
picks.
Yeah.
Right, all the draft picks. Then you got apparently the entirety of the fucking North Carolina fucking Panthers goddamn offense signing. So
I like what Lance said earlier. Then we're signing all the good players that they have left, so then we can just watch them tank. It's going to be so fun rooting for 2 teams this year, isn't it?
Right.
Hey, Don. Deontay Foreman moved up in your house, slept with your wife, and changed the locks on the door and said you can't come in.
Hey, hold on. Have y'all seen the fucking Michael B. Jordan SNL skit where he was playing the fucking insurance guy?
Oh yeah,
hey,
that guy.
That was Dr. Foreman with Detroit Lions.
and Don, he ate all y'all square pizza right in your house. He ate all your shit, ate your food, everything.
I got to be honest though, I don't have any vitriol toward the Lions. I mean, they put the Packers out on Sunday Night Football, and maybe Rodgers' final game with Green Bay. So, man, hey, I know they're in our division, but I don't have any heat with Detroit, man. Green Bay's who I hate. I don't hate
I wouldn't have no smoke with the Lions if it wasn't for Don Burr. And to be real, like I said before, I enjoy the banter with him. They talk shit.
the only Lions fan I know that talks shit. Every Lions fan I've ever met is like, well, we expect to lose. It ain't nothing different, you know. But Don Burr, I mean, kudos to you, brother, for sticking by your team. But I mean, y'all are favorites to win the division. Congrats.
AC, don't give him no credit, man. We barbecued in his backyard while he was standing at the front door. He couldn't get in.
Hey, this Southern hospitality, you know, man. You said Ken earlier, so I know you from the South somewhere, brother.
I got Ken down there, but now we was in his house just cooking out, having family over and shit. He couldn't get in his front door. We changed the locks. King couldn't do shit.
King Buka World says Don Burr is the only Lions fan I know. That reminds me of when I lived in Colorado. We lived at the end of the cul-de-sac. I was the Bears fan. The house next to me, to my left, was a Lions fan. To his left was a Packers fan, and to his left was a Minnesota Vikings fan. I shit you not.
Wow.
And the Lions fan and of course the Packers fan, we didn't really talk to the Vikings fan, but the Lions fan and the Packers fan. She was kind of recluse, but we knew she was a Vikings fan. But the three of us, Vikings, Packers, and I, neighbor, man, we would give each other shit all the time. And there was one time that I think it was during that one era where the Lions beat us a little bit with I forget the head coach, but I remember the Bears lost to the Lions, and my doorbell rings, and my Lions fan neighbor is standing there with a box of tissue, and I just like grabbed a tissue and I went. Shut the fucking door on him.
It had to be Jim Caldwell. He's the only one that won anything, and they fired his ass for
it was Jim Caldwell. Thank you.
Give me one last shot, and I'll leave Don alone. Hey, Don, Dante Foreman still getting mail at your house right now. we set up shop at your camp, dude.
Hey, I know this is the only thing I'm gonna say to him. You don't bring my cousin up, bro. Like you've been hiding for a reason, motherfucker. I will give you real smoke. You talk shit about my cousin, and I guarantee you that. What did my man fucking Denzel Washington just say? I stand by my product. I stand by what I tell you, bro. You will catch smoke, and it will not be the nice kind. Just know that. Keep my cousin name out your fucking mouth. I'm on some Will Smith shit. I will roll up and slap the fuck out of you.
He's going Chris Watts on you now.
It's that navy blue magic. I stand beside it. I guarantee it. They know that.
He talking about some 16s. You wish you had him on your team, goddamn it. I bet you wish you had him when y'all played against the Panthers that day, motherfucker.
Don, just don't say nothing else tonight, Don. Just shut up. Just shut your ass up and just sit down. Don't say nothing in the chat. Just be quiet, because you know you ain't got no answer for this.
Hey, he can go get Jalen Carter. Let's talk about that, fellas. Jalen Carter's off my board. He's off mine. I watched his pro day. He looked lazy. He looked worn out. He looked tired on a pro day where he ain't done shit.
Hold on now, AC. Now consider this. Just consider this.
Go ahead, Nomad.
I'm not saying make your decision based on what I'm saying. Consider the things that now you might be absolutely right, though, AC. You might be absolutely right with what you have to say. However, considering what he's gone through in the past few months, a couple of friends passing, the actual teammate, and even, believe it or not, the GAs, the graduate assistants are your friends too. You know, died in that crash. Yeah. He is going through court stuff, and he's got all kinds of reasons not to be concentrating on football. And that might have been what we saw, you know, in the workout. Yeah. I'm not saying that that's the case, but considering what it probably would be like for somebody, I don't think his mind was on football at all. You know, and that's just how I feel about the situation, but I could be wrong.
I was gonna say that's something I kind of thought too. I kind of figured, like, man, you know, the man got a lot on his mind, he got a lot on his plate. But I mean, that's just something I thought about. Man, maybe it did play a part, maybe it didn't. Maybe what the rumors were about him, maybe not possibly loving the game like that, could have been true. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I would give him the benefit. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt up until the point, you know what I'm saying, that the Bears do their due diligence and bring them in. And because you know more is gonna come out on this. You know, after the visits and all that shit, it's gonna come out that, oh well, yeah, this is what was really going on with him. And their workouts, he performed a lot better, so on and so forth. So I reserve my judgment until then. Because like Nomad just said, bro, it is a lot to put on somebody's plate. But at the same time, you also got to realize, man, if this is something that you are passionate at doing, and this is going to be your job for the next 8 to 10 years, you probably, you know what I'm saying, you got to have a little bit better showing than what you did. But I'm with Nomad kind of on this one.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I loved him as a prospect. I was fine with taking him 1 overall if we couldn't find a trade partner.
Right.
I was fine with that. But if you don't think you're going to face adversity in the NFL, KB, your cousin's on his 6th team in 7 years. You know that's adversity. You got to bounce back from that stuff, and you got to come up ready to go. And we see it. I hate to say this as a Kentucky fan and an SEC fan, but the Alabama players and the Georgia players, they're treated like superstars in their cities. They get away with so much. Look at the kid that's playing basketball for Alabama right now. He brought a gun to another guy to kill somebody else, and he's still playing. Because he plays for Alabama. Because they just let them athletes get away with whatever they want in those cities. They don't have a pro team. That's their pro team is Georgia and Alabama. I love Jalen Carter. I wanted him to be a Bear. I swear to God. But he's off my board at this point. If you can't show up and be ready for a pro day that you didn't work out at the combine, and then you come to your pro day, you putting everything on your pro day, and you ain't ready for it then, like, are you ready for this? Especially as a number one overall pick, a first-round pick, the franchise player, the guy that's supposed to come in and save your defensive line and stop the run and do your job. Are you ready for that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm really interested in hearing
rope-a-dope shit where he just doesn't want the Lions to draft him at 6. He's like, I'll just make them think that I'm fat and lazy, and maybe the Bears get me at 9.
I think, you know, Brad Biggs wrote a column today, and he talked a little bit about it. I really agreed with his point of view. He said, first of all, you got to remember that Jalen Carter and PZ noted this in the chat room just a little while ago. He had a terrible national championship game, and Briggs reminded us that in 52 snaps he only had 1 tackle, and he looked gassed then. Right. So the whole out of shape thing could have been happening prior to the national championship game. Now, certainly there are extenuating circumstances, and so Briggs wrote, he needs to prove to the Chicago Bears when they meet, and they're going to meet real soon, he needs to prove to them that he was hurt, that injuries had piled up during the season, which was why he had that poor performance. And he also needs to talk in a compelling way about what happened that night, why he drove away, what it really happened, and show some remorse and really convince people that he deserves to be a Chicago Bear. And that's the only way that I would consider drafting him, if he shows up and makes a compelling case. Unfortunately, we fans are not going to be privy to that conversation that he's going to have with Poles and the other Bears.
You know what this reminds me of?
I'll be honest with you. Go ahead.
This reminds me of Warren Sapp. Didn't he have some issues coming out of college at the end there that pushed him down the board? I forget what they were.
I was a kid when he came out, honestly. I've heard the stories, but I don't know. I know what Warren Sapp looked like in Tampa, but I don't know the whole story or none of that. But I do know I watched Jalen Carter with my own eyes in Lexington, Kentucky, play against the Kentucky Wildcats team that's placing 3 offensive linemen, both tackles and a center, and he did absolutely nothing.
You know what? I think that, you know what I think really quick. If you guys want to really, what I worry about with him is does he have what it takes to maintain the work ethic that it takes? Talent will get you to the NFL, but work ethic will sustain you and make you have a career in the NFL. You got to go. You think you made it just because you got drafted in the first round? No, you got to. That's just the beginning. Now you got to work your ass off. Right. You got to work your ass off.
Absolutely.
Does he have the engine and the drive in him to maintain it and have a good, successful career with the work ethic? That's the bigger question. And I think the Poles and Fluso, they want to know what's going on with this guy. Is he willing to go in the weight room? Is he willing to do the extra, the sprints and do all that stuff? They're asking not the coaches. They're asking his friends. They're asking guys that have played with him. They need to know that kind of stuff. The coaches and shit will tell you any fucking thing. The players and the guys that know him will tell you other. That's what they need to find out about him.
Right.
When you all were talking about looking tired and not making any statistics and tackles, I was like, are we talking about Khalil Mack?
Oh shit!
That's he was quadruple teamed on every play. 5 people against 1. That was the bullshit the Bears fans always said about Khalil. Oh, he's always triple teamed. Always lies.
Talent won't get you that far in this league. It won't get you that far in this league. Work ethic will sustain you. You better have a damn good work ethic and some good values. If you don't, everybody's talented in the NFL. If you don't have a great work ethic, you won't have a good career. That shit will be short. We'll forget about Jalen Carter. And they need to find out now if he has the work ethic to sustain his career.
Well, guys, we have some other guests waiting in the wings. One of them is not Chris.
Oh, well, I'm gonna get out of the way and help you make room for those guests, given the limitations with StreamYard. And I just want to say this regarding Chris Watts. You know, we came to meet him because of his Bears fandom. He found us, and he quickly became a super follower of ours. And then he comes on to the Barfly Tailgate Show and provides some of the funniest moments. You know, the whole wanker fucking thing is still hilarious. And I was really looking forward to calling him a wanker on this show, but that'll have to wait till the next time he and I have a face-to-face. I love the guy. The guy is really like all of us. He's a guy who, you know, has had some hardships in his life. He's a guy that's overcome. He battles. He's a fighter. And one of the things that he holds on to very, very closely is his love of the Chicago Bears. And that's why we're all here today. And so Mr. Shorty has set up this GoFundMe page. Kudos to him for that. And hopefully you guys will visit it. And if you got a few extra bucks, put it to the Chris Watts Fund. And he's going to stay here in my house. I'm going to feed him well. I'm going to get him high. If my wife is not around, I'll get him laid. We're going to make it special for Chris Watts. You guys won't pay for that. I'll pay for that and other stuff.
He's paying for the hookers. We got you.
Just go get you some big women, man. Just find some big women. He'll do it.
But anyways,
I've got those awesome tickets lined up too for everyone too for us. So
awesome.
Yeah.
And I love each and every one of you guys, everyone that's on camera right now or represented by an avatar, the 3 guys who are waiting on stage to come in. I really love you. The community that we've built here at the Barroom is one of the things that I'm most proud of, being associated with this whole thing and being associated with you guys. Love you guys, and I'll get out of the way and let you have a great show.
thank you, Podfather. Thanks for
Man,
joining
get
us
the hell
tonight.
out of here, man.
You got it, man. Take care.
Hey, Aldo. Damn, he dropped out.
He
Next
dropped
time I
out quick.
see Aldo, he's getting a Maker's Mark something from.
I got to pop out right quick,
bringing
guys.
I'm bringing it from the house, brother.
All right, man. And you and I are going to drink it all. So stay in shape.
I mean, I don't know. It's going to disappear somewhere, huh?
You got to lift those weights, in your older age.
Indeed. Take care.
Hey, could I say something about Chris before I go too? Is I got to get back to work.
Sure.
Going.
I don't know if anyone here knows my story, and I'm not trying to make this about me, but I'm just using my story as an analogy for Chris. I don't want to speak out of school like for what Chris may or may not be going through, but I just know when I found the Barroom, it was Shane was mentioned earlier. It was Shane and Phil and Aldo doing the show, and they had Akeem Hicks and Kyle Long on the same night, and I was just at the height. I was going through a divorce, man. It felt like I was going to lose my house and just like my pride, everything. We talked Will Smith earlier, like the hate and the hurt he was going through when he hit Chris over his fucking wife. All that, my wife was cheating on me. So all that emotion, you just feel like all you have left is your fucking football team, which sounds so stupid, but it was like the only thing keeping me on from, because I was like searching shit on Google, like how to kill myself with making sure that I die. Like I didn't want to be this motherfucker shot himself and like Eric Kramer and then lived, which I'm glad Eric did. But you get the point. I was at the bottom of the bottom, and I found the show, and it helped me. And I put Phil and Shane and Aldo over so much for that. Now I'm not going to say Chris's struggles are as deeply as the way I felt 5 years ago, but suffice to say he was having some difficulties emotionally, and what he's got left is this community, the Barroom, the Bears, and he was down, man. And it's not as easy for Chris to come to Soldier Field as it is for any of us, even if we're driving from Florida or West Virginia or Kentucky. He's got to come from fucking Europe.
Right.
So that's the point of trying to go fund him, is like, because dude, he can't just fucking drive over to the game. It's a costly matter for him to fly from the UK here. So that's why I think it's a good deal to potentially help him and maybe have his dream come true and have him see the Bears live.
Dan, that was so eloquently spoken, my friend.
Thank you.
So correct. He can't just drive there. I mean, he'll never be able to afford something like that, to not only fly over here, but then to have, enough money to enjoy himself for a week. And even though he has all the other amenities taken care of, it still costs a lot for the plane ticket. And then just to have your own money to be in a different city and you want to enjoy yourself,
And a good seat at the game alone. A good seat at the game alone is going to cost him what, $400 or $500?
No, the same seats that we got. It's the same price that you paid, Dan, which is
all things equal. It still costs to get a decent seat at the stadium. Is my point.
Yeah. It is very expensive still. So, I mean, if you guys, if GoFundMe is too hard and nobody wants to go visit that site, any super chat for tonight's show will go directly to the GoFundMe account to get Chris Watts to Chicago for a Bears game. Dan, that's very well said. You have to take off.
Yeah, I got just a litany of things to do here at work, but I'm glad that you all invited me. I hope everybody's well, and it was my pleasure talking to everybody.
Appreciate you coming on, Dan. It's been great.
Make it easy, Dan.
You all be well. Thank you.
How about you guys? KB, you gonna stick around for a minute? You got to get back to work.
I'll stick around for a little bit, man.
All right. Well, let's bring in some of our guests from chat. We have PJ. You guys know him well. He was in the last couple of shows. PJ has got some great thoughts, some stuff I'm still thinking you're correct on. We can get to that in a little bit. We also have Triple R is back for another show. I think you're muted, Triple R, just so you know. And we do have Luke coming back to the show again tonight. Luke was a lot of fun last week. Luke was cracking me up. But
What's going on?
Luke, good to see you again. Triple R, PJ. We also have Foster Covers. And Foster, you are muted, my friend.
Fucking Foster.
How are you doing, Foster?
I'm good, man. It's this only took me like 3 years of talking to Aldo to get on here, dude. Not because of him, but because of the shit that happens in life, you know?
Yeah. You know how hard it was for me to get a hold of you just to do this? Jeez.
I'm tough to find, dude. Life is just getting in the way of things that happen in my life are getting in the way of living. So, shit happens.
Mm-hmm.
There's light at the end of the tunnel, just like for the Bears, man. They're gonna do this shit.
Absolutely. You're damn right. So, guys, how are you guys feeling about this free agency, man? Like, I'm going to go around the board here and kind of let you guys – I know KB, AC, you've kind of already given some of your thoughts. We haven't talked about all the players that they've signed, you know, like Tremaine Edwards or Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards and PJ Walker. I think PJ Walker is a good signing.
Oh,
Great
I love that one.
Yeah. So I'm gonna kind of give the show to you, the new guys that just hopped in. We'll start with you, Luke. What do you feel about the free agent signings?
As a whole, I think Poles is doing everything the right way. He's going with youth. He's going with good athletes. They're young, and like he said today at the press conference, they're mostly at the top of their position. At least the two linebackers are, and he got them all for reasonable money. You know, nobody's ridiculous. Would you get two linebackers for what, $3 million more than the one we gave away? I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I completely agree. PJ, what do you think, man?
Well, you know, I'm a big fan of that Nate Davis signing. I think that gives us a possibility of seeing Jenkins going back out to right tackle. I am curious to see what else they do with the offensive line. I know Isaiah Wynn is still out there, and
I love him. I love it.
I think he may make a good left guard. I mean, he's like 6'2", 6'3", 310 pounds, something like that. So I'll be interested in that. So yeah, I'm curious to see what he does with that O-line.
Taurine Whitfield, thank you so much. 1999 to the Chris Watts GoFundMe account. Thank you so much, Taurine. We got Swifty in here donating money too, man. Thank you, Swifty. And fucking Foster. Good to see you. Looks like Swifty's happy to see you.
always, man. The moves that they're doing, the things that are going on now with the Bears, I've been waiting like 50 years for this shit to happen, dude. Mm-hmm. Back in the day, it was run to the corner, buy the Sun Times, buy the Daily News. If you were lucky, you got a hold of a couple of the few football publications that were out there. Poles is doing the things that I would do. I don't see any other GM like this guy, man. He's out there telling it like it is. You know, okay, not every move's going to work. How many GMs say the stuff that he's saying from day one of the day he took over? How many guys do what he's doing?
Yeah.
You don't see these GMs out there at these press conferences explaining all this shit to people. He's just phenomenal in my eyes. And you look at Kansas City. How much did that guy learn in Kansas City? And how invested was he the last 2 or 3 years with these draft picks? He was involved in a lot of those guys, especially building that offensive line. Trey Smith and who's the center, man? You know, you guys know what I'm talking about. I am just excited as hell. I am excited as hell for what's going on. It's taken a lifetime, man.
I love to see how pumped up you are.
We've been Bear fans in my family since 1921, 3 generations. Going into 4 right now, my son. So we have 100 yeyears invested in the franchise, man. We've been there almost since day one.
Right.
So
for sure.
I'm not even going to go into players at the moment, but what Poles has put together. He's very smart. You look at everything. I owned a roofing company for 30 years, man. He does stuff the way I did it. You take stuff apart and then you put it together properly. You talk to customers honestly. That's just good business, man.
You got Triple R fired up over
Foster,
here, man.
Yo, Foster, what he? Yo, Pose is doing this shit, son. For real though, he's
good to see you again, man.
Yo, Foster, big up, my man, Foster Grants, you motherfucker, you. Right on. I mean, I would love it. Oh, wait, before I get into my rant, peace out to everybody. Thank you for having me. What up to everybody in the chat? But yeah, motherfucker. Oh, son. Holes, man. Hold on, let me compose myself. When he was hired, he told us what he was going to do. He told us to be patient. He told us he had a vision. That first season, he had limited resources. But now this offseason, well, wait, before I get to this offseason, we see his first draft. People may criticize, well, he passed on this guy, or Valus, well, he's what? End of the season, Valus started coming on. Other than that, Brisker, Gordon, Jones, Gill. Anybody have any problems with the punter? Yeah, don't forget about Gill. Then he found Sanborn undrafted. Then he found Blackwell undrafted. Then he found the other DB. Help me out, somebody.
Jalen Jones.
He found him undrafted. Jims, the dude is a scout. He knows what he's talking about. Now, with Roquan, he didn't bend over and just let Roquan stick it to him like those strippers that he loved. You know what I'm saying? He held his backbone. And he was like, nah, son, you got to go. Peace. Then he signs 2 linebackers for the price of 1, basically. 2 very good linebackers. Yeah, I'm with that. And so, hold on, I'm not done.
Preach it.
So the draft pick, the number 1, we're going to move on down to number 9. It's all good because we got future capital that helps us remain flexible. We got 2 first-rounders next year to use however we want to use, and a second year after that. Plus, we got DJ who can play now to help Justin.
Let's go.
Further, if we need to do what we need to do. You know what I mean? He's being frugal with the money. You know what I'm saying? He's not just boom, boom, boom. He's like, if Justin is that dude, we're going to have to pay that. So that's going to be, damn near $200 million by then, right? Isn't that where the prices are going? So we got to have some money for that. Plus, we need a team to fill.
Yep.
So he's going young. He's going athletic, like he said he was doing. He's still shouting out everybody. Nobody can say a bad word about the man because every time he signs somebody, he gives a shout out to their agent. Don't no other GM do that. You know what I'm saying? He has respect for the industry. He's talking he's telling us what's going on. He told us at the combine he had, 2 first-round picks and a player on the table. Nobody believed him. It's like, he's just going to smoke up asses. He hasn't lied to us yet. So all of my confidence is there. And then what Foster was saying about how he's building a team, a young core, and he's going to address the trenches through the draft. This is a deep draft for the fucking trenches. So he's got the linebackers. He said, all right, I got these 2 linebackers. I need a big fat guy in front of him. So he got my man from the Raiders. Then he said, I still need help because Gibson, that dude is straight up on the bubble. Because a rookie or being the first on the waiver wire, peace. You know what I'm saying? So we have the semblance of some good shit going on here. And people tripping about Orlando Brown not getting him. It's like he don't fit. And it's like, well, offensive line scheme is scheme. It's like, yeah, you just keep typing and shut the fuck up. So
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, before we get into all the names and stuff, yeah. All right.
I love it, man. Who wants to preach next?
Hey, I gotta
not
hop
gonna
in
preach.
here before anybody continues because
I was gonna say
my
I ain't
man,
gonna preach.
First of all, Foster out here sounding like Randy Savage. I got to get you on the Barfly tailgate show because man, I swear to God,
Oh yeah.
and then
I love
my
your
man
show,
Triple R
AC.
just come out. I appreciate it, brother. My man Triple R coming out spitting straight fucking facts, talking about how many. Remember our last GM? We ain't heard from him. He was looking around the door and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Who?
He ain't color shit.
Facts.
Exactly.
Facts.
The other Ryan.
And that's all I was
Ryan
gonna
Poles
say,
comes out.
bro. It is so fucking
Yeah.
refreshing because Poles is in every fucking picture. You see this motherfucker out everywhere, bro. That's all.
You
I'm
know,
gonna
wearing
say.
his Jordans, you know, his triple fat goose representing with the motherfucking what do you call that, the visor on his shit? He get some sound on his head.
Holes is
I'm really
filling
big
the
on what
holes
Ryan
because he's
Poles
got
is
the best
doing.
goals. He throws it.
Hey,
So-
you gotta pull that for a drop, Shorty.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So like this guy is so on it. I've been following like Jordan and Swifty and the Barroom. I've been following solid for 3 years, man. Especially when COVID was going on. You guys in the Barroom got me through a lot of grief that was going on my life. And Nomad, I know from what you've said, we've kind of gone down the same path here without getting into details, because I know a little bit about what's going on in your situation. But everybody has an issue, man. I don't care who you are. Like even with Jalen Carter, he's got an issue. He's a 19-year-old kid. I was 19. I had like a kid, 3 jobs. I was going through a divorce. You can get really fucked up in the head, and we don't make good choices at 19.
Nope.
I got a feeling he's going to drop, and he's going to have this conversation with Poles, and we're going to end up picking him up, and he's going to be a star. It's just a gut feeling from my heart, because I've seen this stuff before in real life, maybe not in football, but people that I've employed in the past that have had problems turn out to be some of the best motherfuckers that I know. So
that's true.
I am just so excited, man. I cannot put this shit into better words than go fucking Bears go. These moves he's making every day, I'm looking at the stuff. So he grabs a guy right away, man. I go and look at like their last year of tape, and I'm going, holy shit, how did I miss this guy? How did I not notice anything about this dude? Or I've heard shit, but never, delved into it. Mm-hmm. So yeah. He is just on everything, man. And so thorough, and talking to people and being real with people. You will find out more about a person in a 10-minute conversation than 2 years of stats or tape when you sit down and you talk with somebody. So I'm just really excited, man. I think the best is yet to come for this year. He's got a ton of great things done, but I think we got like a few more things that are going to just shock the hell out of people. I just got a gut feeling that I haven't had. Last time I felt like this was going into the draft in 1979. I think Jim Finks pulled out 17 players in that draft.
Yeah.
So somebody go back and look at that draft. It's before the 83 big one, but I see Poles following this path, and I cannot display how excited I am. I cannot wait for this. I never thought I'd say this, but I wish it was like fucking September, dude. Never thought I'd say that in March of a year, because I'm a roofer. I'm outside my whole life. So I can't wait.
Is it fair to say that we all us men here, we love our Poles?
Just settle down, son. Settle down.
This is going left, but yes, I do love the Poles attached to me.
I just caught the butt end of Foster coverage, and I'm popping in and out, man, because I got stuff going on in my house. But my God, man, I just caught the part where he said about Jalen and being 19 and the shit that he did when he was 19 years old. And the respect I got for that point of view and knowing and understanding and not being that far gone as a man to not be able to look back on your youth and understand the errors of your ways. The errors of your ways, man. I'm not saying that Jalen Carter understands that right now, but it would be a mistake for the Bears organization to look at him based on what he's done presently and not see what he's capable of being. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's about hold on, really quick.
I get where you're going. That we get to, be, Father Flanagan, second chances, reprises. Everybody, makes mistakes. They have to mature. I get all that, but we are trying to build a goddamn football team, not a boys' center. Now, yes, his talent is what some people say generational. The production hasn't been there. We see the clips of him manhandling people, but it's like, all right, why isn't he making that difference in the game? Where are the actual sacks? Where are the actual tackles for loss? Yes, he's making pressures. Yes, he's pushing guys, but he's spending a lot of goddamn time on the ground. Physically, he looks like he takes plays off. At the end of the bowl games where he looked like crap, he was coming off an injury. Okay, granted, but nothing about this kid's demeanor looks like he fits the hits principle. Nothing looks like he's that athlete that loves football and just wants to be good and great.
Triple R,
likes me as a kid that's big, athletic, can play football real good, and wants to make some money. You know what I mean?
I respect your point of view. I respect your point of view, and I've let you know that.
Right.
In this case, instead of washing your hands of an immense talent, what you do in my eyes, and if it was me and I was Ryan Poles, which I am not, I'm Nomad. But if it was me, I'm signing Calais Campbell and the get up man to teach a young one how to be one. You know what I mean? Instead of washing your hands of a talent that big, you get a man to teach a young one how to be one.
Yeah, I'm trying to win a Super Bowl,
man, but
that's our point.
I mean, on top of that, like I said before, I love Jalen Carter. He was, like I said, I was okay with taking him number 1 overall because I saw what he did in that team last year when they had all those superstars on defense. He might have been the best, but this year he just didn't show it. Calais Campbell bringing him in, that's possibly a good point. Trying to teach him, but if a kid doesn't have a love for the game, he's just done this all his life because he's been good at it. I'm sure all of us, we played. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but we played football. We knew guys who played football, but they didn't really love the game. They just did it because they was good at it. You know what I'm saying? How do we know if Jalen is that kind of guy who just did it because he was good at it? He was just big and talented, but he don't really have a love for the game, and that's where and they all went down to his pro day, so I'm sure they had a meeting with him, and hopefully several other Bulldogs, because that's just a good organization to pull talent from. They definitely got talent coming out the team.
Do you guys see all things aside, the thing that I don't see a fit with Carter and the Bears is the character with the McCaskies. That's the only fit that I don't see.
Okay, hold on. Look, now that you bring that up, Shorty, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Nomad, I got a question for you.
All right.
You there?
Go ahead.
Have you ever raced with somebody on the street in a car?
Never.
All right. Well, if you have, I plead the fifth. Hypothetically, if you're racing with somebody and you're as described, you're behind them, you're on side, you're racing, and they 7 out, meaning they crash, why the fuck don't you stop?
Because you're drunk.
Because he's Jalen Carter.
Because you're the number 1 pick.
And he knows he's the microscope is on him. And if he knows instantly, as a young boy, I would say, you know what, I gotta go. Because
so you leave your people like that just to be off.
Not because you don't care. It's because you know you got a whole hell of a lot riding on the decision.
So that's selfish as fuck. I'm just saying. All right,
I don't think so. I think that's self-preservation, and you can be mindful about the people that you love at the same time, which will end those cars. You can be mindful.
You know what a Hicks philosophy kind of guy would do? He's gonna stop and pull over traffic and be like, "Oh shit, everybody stop! Somebody call 911." I might be fucked up, but these are human beings. It's not all about football. It's about being respectful to life, being respectful to your people that trust you. Now, let me ask you this also on top of that. If you are a sober man at 2 a.m. coming out of the celebration from winning a national championship, are you racing somebody who's obviously that drunk?
Well, I lived in Atlanta, and I know I never lived in Athens, but I know all about Athens in secondhand conversation. I know the culture down there is jacked up, and Kirby Smart has let these guys. He's got a whole bunch of dudes that's cleaning up behind all these young guys, and all these young guys are doing they basically doing what they want to do, and they got a bunch of cleaners behind them. And so basically, they've learned that whatever I do, I ain't got to worry about it because somebody's behind them, like that GA or whatever you want to call it, guy that was in that other car. God bless his soul. He was a guy that was there to make sure that nothing go wrong with the guys that were running around out there.
I think it was
because it was after a championship.
It was a female. It was a young lady.
Okay. Is whatever it was. It's always going to be people around you. We had those guys. Those guys were around you. They were teaching you. They were coaching you. They were also there when you were having parties and trying to make sure that nothing go left. And so what I understand about that situation is it's unfortunate that those people died, but Jalen knew that he had the bag in his lap and he knew he couldn't be there on that scene. And as a young boy, I would have probably did the same thing and been pissed off at myself for the rest of my life because I fled on people that I love. And I would have to deal with that because you got generational money. You got sitting here in your lap. You got to do something.
All money ain't good money, brother, man.
Hey, you're a young boy. Is he thinking like that as a young boy? Triple R, you talking to me as a man. Are you thinking about that as a young boy?
True. But just as a young, if I'm gonna talk to you as a way, I'm gonna talk to you just by the way I was raised. I can't speak for how he was raised, but I'm not leaving that scene no matter how much of a bag is on the line. I'm gonna help my people. It's like if I go to jail, hey, I can look his fucking parents or her fucking parents in the eye and was like, we fucked up. I'm sorry. How is he gonna ever be able to be someplace and have one of their relatives be like, oh, you the motherfucker that just left my people out just to burn like that, huh?
Instinctually.
What kind of life is that? That's not the kind of person I want on my team. He may have the potential to be a motherfucker, Hall of Fame kind of some bitch, but not on this squad.
Instinctually, he knew he was dead ass wrong for being behind that wheel and drinking. He knew it. So when the shit happened, he fled. He just took off.
I have a question. Do we know for sure that he knew that the other people crashed?
Because if you're racing and you're behind and beside and you don't see him no more, and you get to your destination, where are you?
PJ, no, we don't for sure. No.
Okay, but all right.
Only thing I'm saying is this. I've been in a race before, and it's not always a straightaway. So if I'm ahead and the person's behind me, and I make that turn or curve, I'm not seeing him no more. Yeah, I don't know for sure that he wrecked, but then I probably come back later, which I heard Carter did. Came back later and checked. But that's what I'm saying. So you don't always know at the time if you're racing somebody whether or not they wrecked, or whether or not they had they probably wrecked but not got seriously hurt. You don't know all those things. So I'm with Nomad in the sense of I'm not going to put a lot of weight on him because we don't know a lot of the information. But from the bits and pieces that I've heard, I don't see where we can say definitively that, oh, he should have done this and he should have done that, because we don't exactly know exactly what happened.
Outside of the whole automobile scenario. The thing that's always bothered me is his number one knock as he takes plays off. He didn't have
Now, I agree with that.
He didn't have a good game, the biggest game of his career. Actually, it was non-existent. And then he shows up to his pro day out of shape.
Now, I agree with those. Now those are the things
Just
that
ignoring all the off-field stuff. That's what I'm looking at as a prospect. And
Right.
I know all the off-field stuff can affect the on-field things, but even before the incident, he was still. I mean, his number one knock was he took plays off, and I think from the very beginning, I don't think Eberflus was. I think he was probably going to take somebody else from the very beginning just because of that. I mean, all he preaches about is hit. I mean, that's the number one thing he cares about.
true.
Yeah, I don't know if he hits principles. I mean, based
Right.
on his tape, as far as his effort and whatnot. So that's I agree with that part, Luke. So I'm with you there.
And at top 5, I don't know, you just can't take a shot in the dark like that. In my opinion, you can't take a shot in the dark. It's got to be surefire, unless it's a quarterback, I guess.
This is my pushback on that. Right. So right now, I believe everybody's in unison when they say our trust factor right now on Ryan Poles is rather high. Okay. You have folks that were saying we will wait. And I know I've said it, I'm waiting until this free agency period hits and then this draft hits to actually judge this man on being a GM. That being said, it is incumbent on Ryan Poles and his staff to judge what type of character or what kind of player this man is. They're going to bring him in. They've already said it. They're bringing him in for as one of the 30 to pretty much talk about everything we just talked about. They're going to ask him questions. They're going to do their due diligence with him. They're going to ask him about the wreck. They're going to ask him about why he left, why he came back. They're going to ask him about why he was taking plays off. They're going to ask why he was non-existent in some of these games. If at the end of the day, they come by and he slides to 9 and Poles decides to pull that trigger, that means that Poles himself has sat there and said to himself, I'm okay with what he has put on tape. I'm okay with what he has told me in person. I'm making a judgment call because I'm basing off of what me and this young man just spoke on and what I believe his floor, his ceiling is going to be. So I'm, like I said, my whole thing has still been this. I'm going to judge Poles off of what he does. So far, what he is doing seems to be the right moves. If he makes that choice at fucking 9 and he slides to pick fucking Jalen Carter, then so be it. That means that he saw that as being the right move. That's to me, and that's all it comes down to. If he slides to 9 and he passes him up because he doesn't want to deal with it, then you know what the answer is. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I'm not gonna judge kids. Like I said, I've done plenty of stupid shit. I'm 32. Yeah. I have a fast car now. Right. I drive a fucking Challenger. I race people all the fucking time. Okay. In the snow. In the snow. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I do stuff that people look at me like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And still, because we're still growing. You know what I'm saying? As a man, we still mature even into our 30s, man. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to judge you.
If they have an accident, you don't stop.
KB, I've been, you know what, KB? I've been, I wasn't, if you've been listening to me for a while, I wasn't always your biggest Jalen Carter, rah guy.
Right.
You know, I've always seen the flaws in his game.
Right.
And if we're talking about football, that's one thing. But I can't sit back and allow somebody to crucify a young human being with flaws like that. You know what I mean? It's just not. I mean, if somebody would have thrown me away when I was a young boy doing that kind of stupid stuff like that, you know what I mean? When I was that age, man, dude, there was no chance for me if people would have looked at me that way. However, when people get another opportunity to show that they can grow, man, you'd be surprised. Like when I popped in here when Foster was talking, I popped in here when he was talking about 19-year-old Foster and the shit he was doing. You know, everybody in here, I feel pretty good with saying everybody at 19, 20 years old was doing some dumbass shit. Fucking youth should be criminal. They should criminalize youth.
They should be able to drive till you're 21.
Yes, exactly. You should be criminal until you're youth. I mean, until you're older. It's just something in a period in a person's life that either you are going to be what you are designed and destined to be, or you're not going to be anything. And Jalen Carter is at that crossroads. He's gonna learn how to be a professional, or he's not. If they don't see that in him, he won't be a Bear. You know, there's other really good defensive tackles out there. You mentioned Keanu Benton. I think Javon Dexter, really, really good football players on the inside of the defensive line. You don't have to be feeling like you got to have Jalen Carter, but you don't want to throw Jalen Carter in the garbage either. You know, so all things considered, man, it's one of those things that needs to happen inside Hallis Hall. One of those things.
Now, just football-wise, looking at the defensive tackles in this draft and Jalen Carter, do you see guys that it would be worth it to you if you were picking as GM at 9 to say, Jalen Carter's on the board, I can pick somebody else or trade back and get more capital and get a different or better defensive tackle? Have you seen any tackles that you would be like, you know, if we don't get Carter, this dude could be better or capable?
Actually, Triple R is talking in the lens that I look at the game in, because yes, you can find some really, really good freaking football players at defensive tackle that can give you Jalen Carter and better over the long haul too. So I wasn't talking about it in that terms, but if we're gonna talk about it that way.
Well, see, that's the only way we gotta let AC, because I'm not trying to save no kids. You know, it's all about the Super Bowl and winning games. You know, if Cole says, you know, Carter passes his test and Flu signs off on him, it's all good. You know, let's help the kid grow. But otherwise, it's like, nah, you know, there's other guys. We can get more capital. It's too much drama. Let's go.
I love you guys' passion. We have to say goodbye to AC. He has to get up early. AC, give us your parting thoughts, man. Let us know what you think about Chris Watts. Give us some Chris Watts love. I mean, your parting thoughts.
Yeah, 4:30 comes early for you, boy. I got that factory work. Some of y'all know what that's like, but so I got to get out of here and get to bed. But I'm seeing a lot of guys in the chat talking about AA from Northwestern. I will speak on some of this. I'm going to talk about free agency this Sunday on the Barfly Tailgate Show. The guys that we've signed, and we'll probably get into the Jalen Carter conversation because it seems to have struck a bit of a nerve as well. But there are other guys that I like as well. But as far as Chris Watts, man, I met him in the chat, invited him on the show. He became a permanent fixture on the Barfly Tailgate Show because he's like my brother from across the pond. You know what I'm saying? I'm so close to Chris, and he's like, I don't know how else to say it other than he's like a brother to me. Chris is a great dude. He comes with insight. He comes with hilarious, like they were talking about with his wanker of the week. That was an excellent addition to the show. And he just loves the Chicago Bears, and he's got some old school mentality that he brings to our show, which is excellent. Chris is just a great dude, man, and I would definitely love with him in Chicago, go see a game with him. And now that we got a family member on the team, that makes it just that much more better. You know what I'm saying? And Chris is just an excellent human being. You know, he lost his father this year, and he missed one show, you know, because his father passed away. But what he brings to the table, I even turned him into a Kentucky fan. He cheers for my Kentucky Wildcats because of AC.
Nice.
So when I say he's like a brother to me, like I'm not just blowing smoke. You know what I'm saying? That guy he's something special, and he's a great dude. And hopefully everybody can help out to get him over here to a game, and we'll meet up with Andrew Billings. I don't know how his family life will be. You know, he's married and stuff. To a Kentucky girl, just want to throw that out there. But but yeah, Chris is a great dude, and I'm definitely gonna put into his GoFundMe. And just like Mr. Shorty said earlier, guys can't get the GoFundMe link. Just drop your chat into the chat, and that'll go straight to Chris' GoFundMe, and we can get him over here to a ball game. Hopefully, it's a warm one because Mrs. Curran is not a big fan of cold weather games, just to be honest with you.
we're trying to also.
But I did want to say before I leave.
Sorry, I was just saying we're also trying to arrange it around the next Barroom event so that Chris can make the Barroom event and then maybe on a Saturday, and then we can go to a following game on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a 6-hour drive, man. I'll pick KB up on my way.
Nice.
I did want to say, PJ, I see you rocking the South Carolina, brother, man. SEC, brother, what's going on? You from down there or what's up?
No, when I was I actually went to my first college football game when I was down stationed in Fort Jackson, South Carolina. I went to a South Carolina Gamecocks.
Y'all talk about being 20 years old. I was 20 years old, joined the Army. That's the dumb thing I did.
I'm with you.
Well, AC, man, I want to thank you so much for hopping on tonight and, being a part of this open mic night, Chris Watts special, even though Chris Watts must be sleeping. So
yeah.
We appreciate you taking time out of your night tonight, and thank your lovely wife for allowing you to do this. I know that's not easy.
You fucking wanker. Awesome. You fucking wanker, you. This is my Chris Watts, man. You fucking wanker. I'll be out there for the Bears game someday before I die, God damn it.
Hold on, I have to
Life is too short, you gotta lie. You fucking wanker.
Oh my God.
Hey, wait, here we go.
Real quick, guys. You guys, if anybody watches Chicago PD or Chicago Med or Chicago Fire, I've been on all of those shows, dude. I got out of roofing because God told me that if I am not a fuck up, I could do anything I want, and it's true. If you're honest with yourself about everything, you could do almost anything you want in this world, guys. Everything that all you guys said is right. I can't disagree with any of it. Mm-hmm. But I want to say this real quick. I was such a mess, man. I'm an alcoholic drug addict, and I was a piece of crap. I had one guy take time and spend time on me, money, time, and effort. Changed my entire life. Now I am here on this earth just to help people, whether it's making you fuckers laugh or helping some old lady across the street. It's all we're here for is to help each other, man. So good to see you, AC. I'll see you if you're unlucky, man.
Hey, that's an excellent
Where
point,
have you been all of our lives, and when are you coming back?
Hiding out on the north side, lad.
Over by
actually, Aldo and I have a weird thing going on, dude, because his wife went to school with my sister, and they hung out with Peggy Kaczynski, and we didn't find any of this out till about 3 years ago, and I'm going back 40 years ago. We've got more entanglements than that, but it's pretty weird, and it's kind of how God can stick you in somebody's life, and you don't even know it. You can't even realize.
Right.
When you said you had something weird going on, I was hoping it wasn't the wig.
Well, hey, you guys know how Aldo is. He's always talking gay shit, so I don't even know. He might have touched me once.
Hey. Foster's wearing a Leonard Skinner shirt. You know he likes to party.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I didn't see the whole conversation with Foster, but I caught the end of it, and I sure appreciate the end of it when he was talking about when he was younger, and he was dropping some jewels right there. I didn't hear the whole thing, and I'll go back and watch it, but my God, I appreciate that, man, because you can't crucify people for being young and stupid. You know what I mean? Don't do that, man. That's the worst thing you can do.
Hey, no, man, I was talking about like last week. No, I'm kidding.
Well, I gotta get out of here, fellas. It was great talking to you guys. Again, try to fund Chris Watts to come over here to Chicago. We'll get to a game next year. It'll be an awesome barroom meetup. We'll set something up. I'm sure Aldo, his wonderful wife, will set something up for us, and we'll all meet up in Chicago. But I got to get to bed. It was great. It was great hearing from all you guys. Nomad,
put me on your show, motherfucker.
To be on the show, bro. Shoot me on Twitter, man. I will send you the link if you send me it on Twitter. I got you, bro. Trust me.
Let me know, AC. Let me know, AC. I'll send you the Nomad overlay.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that. All right, but
all right,
yeah,
AC.
for
it
joining
was
us,
great
AC.
talking to all you
Appreciate
guys.
you, man. All right, AC.
Triple PA, Foster's, KB, you know my dog, Luke hopping in, all y'all, man. It was great seeing you guys tonight, and I'll go back and listen to the end of the show in the morning on Spotify, as long as Mr. Shorty gets it up there tonight.
I don't do that shit. That's Aldo's job. So hopefully he does it.
All right, I'll shoot Aldo a message to make sure it gets up.
Thanks for joining us, AC. We appreciate it. Man.
Later,
No
bud.
problem, y'all. Good night.
Yeah.
It's the Chris Watts GoFundMe special, guys.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
You wanker.
Yo, anchor you.
You wanker, you.
We got to put him up here. Go ahead, sing it again. He's muted.
He's muted. There he is.
You know, some guys, I think that the sneakiest,
What the fuck? I didn't do that.
the sneakiest best signing that we got so far was TJ Edwards. That's a sneaky great signing.
He's a stud.
I'm telling you,
Bargain too.
I'm not gonna say nothing else about him. I'm just gonna let y'all see when he get on the field.
I think the sneaky signing is Andrew Billings, huh?
Oh,
that's a good signing. That's a good signing.
We know why that's a sneaky signing. You said it was so sneaky. It was sneaky for me. God damn it.
I don't know. I'm not so sure about that Andrew Billings or not.
Oh man,
I'm just joking.
I was gonna say,
joking.
Whoa, PJ, coming up the top ropes, are we?
PJ, hey man, sit your ass down, man. Hey, look, man. Hey, look, that dude he knows his job. His job is to guarantee that he's going to get a double team.
Yes,
therefore, your 3 tech is going to get action. Not only that, your linebackers. They need. You know how the quarterbacks, they go buy their offensive lineman rings and watches and all that kind of stuff for Christmas.
Right.
The defense, the linebackers need to do that for the good defensive tackles because they keep them dudes slowed down, and you don't have to smash into a guy running 100 miles an hour. He's a linebacker's best friend.
How tall is he?
That dude is what you want in the middle, so you don't have to do so much dirty work. That dude.
And wouldn't it be prudent to get a big fat boy like that in the middle to protect that investment you just made at linebackers?
Yes, sir.
So you say you're 6'1"?
6'1", 310.
Tremaine
310? Okay.
Some money on that boy.
He came out of Baylor, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
I remember. Didn't he go to? Didn't he get drafted by Cincinnati Bengals?
Yes, he did. And played with Cincinnati right before the year before COVID. Cleveland actually offered him more money for the 1 year than Cincinnati was offering him on a multi-year deal. So he had took the deal to go with Cleveland. And of course, COVID hit. And he opted out because he has asthma and didn't want to. He didn't want to chance it. So he took that year off.
In the 4th or 5th round, something like that.
Yeah, went to the 4th.
Man, it's so crazy because when I saw that they signed Billings today, I didn't put. It took me like a hot minute. I was like, "Wait a minute, that's KB's. Holy shit, that's KB's cousin, and you're coming on tonight. How fucking serendipitous is that, KB?"
Yeah, this shit was crazy, bro. Like I said, the funniest thing to me is when I sat there and I texted him. I was just like, everybody gonna be excited. I already got folks texting my phone, blowing it up, blah blah. And the first words that I got from him was, "I have been waiting for this text message." Like I knew it was coming. And he was just like, "Man, thank you, blah blah." And then I look at it. He was like, "Man, y'all called it." I was just like, "Man." So I don't know, even if back then, when we did that interview with him, if he already knew that was going to be one of his first places he was going to come. Like I said, all we were sitting there doing was, "Hey man, sign with the Bears. They got money. You need help. Sign with the Bears."
All right, can you tell me a little bit about his play? Because honestly, I remember him getting drafted, but I haven't seen him since.
Oh yeah. So like I said, like my boy Triple R so eloquently put it, he's a big boy.
Right.
One of the other things that folks I was telling people, what you got to realize is right now he's probably the strongest person on our team. This man in high school broke Mark Henry's strongman record. He does this shit. The double teams, like my boy Nomad said, he's gonna eat double teams up. For folks that want to sit there and say he's a run stuffer, he can put pressure on the quarterback. Yes, my cousin's not the fastest person on earth. He's 6'1", 310. Well, I don't expect him to run a fucking 4.5.
How athletic is he?
He can close a pot. He can help close a pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Does he got a quick get off?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
He has a very strong punch.
Sounds like Tommy Harris to me.
So
whoa. PJ asked a question. Does he have you know what? The thing with him, Billings is one of those guys who is powerful as shit and can hold up a double team. And that's what they're gonna ask him to do. And then there's gonna be situations where they'll put him in a down or two and say, you know what, let me see if you can penetrate. He's got the speed and the hands to do it. He's not just a guy that can snatch up a double team and get these other guys work. He can fucking penetrate, man.
Yes. And the crazy thing is, when we had him on, he was sitting there telling us, he was like, you know what's crazy? They aligned me and Bilal up in the middle. And say Bilal, I'm talking about Bilal Nichols now, the old Chicago Bear now. He's telling me, he's like, man, we aligned up and we were trading off. One play he'd be the one, I'd be the 3. He said it was incumbent on me to apply the pressure. So he said that he's very comfortable with doing that and would love to do that. And like I said, this is all before him getting signed and shit like this. We were having this conversation,
right?
But that was the words out of his mouth, man. I seen that he can do it. You know what I'm saying? I watched him play since college, dog. You know what I'm saying? This is when he was lined up with the freak of nature that looked like a Madden character, Sean Oakman. That's one of his homeboys. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Them boys was wrecking lines, man, and he still does it. Yeah, he took that time off, and the COVID year kind of pushed him back because he wasn't working out the way he wanted to. Right. So when he came back with Cleveland, it was funny because the first game I had been to in a while was the Cleveland Bears game, and we literally sat and watched Justin Fields get destroyed. But even after the game, when we talked, he was just like, man, you know, I just want to get somewhere where I can start to put in work because I need to get back to where I was at. And that's what he did. He did in Oakland, man. Vegas. That's what he did in Vegas.
It seems like Poles has done nothing but sign players who are like 26, 27 years old.
Yeah. He's looking for youth, man. That's what he said he was gonna do.
Yeah,
hey, it's like they said, bro. He came in and he said it. And this is I give him praise for this. If I'm coming in to a situation that is not good, I'm not going to continue to build on a situation that's bad. You do not build a house on a bad foundation. That is idiotic. You tear it down. Yes, it hurts to see Khalil Mack walk out the door. It hurts to see Roquan Smith walk out the door. It hurts to see Robert Quinn to a certain extent walk out the door. But you got to let these pieces go so you can get ready. So you can say, you know what, man, we just laid the cement for the foundation, dog. And that's what he did. And folks was really sitting there being pissed off about him saying and doing what he was gonna do.
KB, let me speak to your family right quick and Billings. You know, I know most of my friends are big dudes, man. They really big dudes. Offensive linemen, defensive linemen, those are the ones I got closest to when I was in school.
Right.
And some of them went to the league, some of them didn't make it there, and they became regular people. And the ones that made it there, they bounced from team to team to team. And you know what frustrated them more than anything was the idea of, you know, you bringing me in to be what? Okay, you want me to be a guy that suck up double teams. Okay, I can do that. I need you to put on 15 pounds. Okay, I can do that too, but that's really not me. I got a hell of a first step and some really good hands, and I want to be able to penetrate and contribute to your pass rush.
Right.
That is a big deal for a lot of guys like Andrew Billings. But Andrew Billings, he understands where he is in his career based on things that I've seen on tape and the interviews I've seen of him. Whether or not he's KB's cousin or not, I studied him, and he is ready to be a pro. If they say we need you to drop 15 pounds and penetrate.
He'll do it.
He'll fucking do it. But if they say keep your weight, put on 5 pounds, and suck up the double teams, he'll do it because he's learned how to be a pro, and that's what you got to do to keep a check coming in this league.
Right.
You know, so wherever they decide they want to put him, and however they decide they want to use him, Andrew Billings is going to be ready to do it. But I know this: he is prepared to be that run stuffer, and he's also prepared to be that fucking penetrator if they need him to on downs. And so you can be a dual purpose guy. And so if he got down to 310, watch out for that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, because he's going to penetrate sometimes too.
Oh yeah, I would say whenever he decides, you know what I'm saying, he can give us the time. I'm pretty sure he'll jump back on because he said he'll hop on another podcast.
Let him watch this tape and he'll tell you what I just told you.
Oh yeah, I definitely will, man. Like I said, I've been sending them things that people have been saying to me all day, man. And the funny thing is, I've seen nothing but love from, you know what I'm saying, just folks on Twitter space, folks on Facebook, so on and so forth. And then you see folks who are Raiders fans like, man, that's a big loss. Like, we needed him on the defense, man. He did his job. My cousin graded out as one of the top, you know what I'm saying, 20 goddamn defensive tackles in the league. You know what I'm saying? Against the run. So if you watch some of his film, you see the penetration. The Broncos game was a giant. It was just him beating the shit out of the Broncos line. Every play he seemed to be in the backfield. So I mean, that's what you bring in here, man. And like I said, I was over the moon, bro. I was so happy I was crying. That's how happy I was. You know what I'm saying?
Congratulations, man.
I appreciate that.
Nothing but respect for his game. He can bring it. However you want him to bring it, he can bring it.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Because it always seemed like a pipe dream to me. Like, you don't want to come back to the damn Midwest and freeze for no fucking reason. But he wants to. So hey, I'm cool with it.
Cool.
KB.
Yes, sir.
I got a buddy right here. He's got a message for Mr. Billings. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to grab him right now.
Oh, shit. Here we go. I hope it ain't nothing crazy, bro, because I got to pee.
Dude,
I already know it's coming.
Let's go.
This man in his
How you doing, everybody? My name's Mo Lester. I just got a few words. Mr. B, we want to see a bunch of 2 on me and who the fuck is free. All right. Yeah.
Now get to your fucking room, Mo. Sorry, he's an ass.
Man, if I know you was clean, I would swear you was on drugs.
Hold on, man. We got AC just popping out of the show, donating $20 to the Chris Watts GoFundMe. Thank you, AC, man. We love you, bro. Thanks for joining the show tonight.
That's a signal. Do some chat work, man. Do some chat work and get some super chats in here.
Anybody, $1, $2, $5, put it up. I'm putting up $100 this week for him, guys.
Hey.
Oh, right.
You know, because that's one thing about the Barroom Network. You know, when I first, found it on YouTube, it was like Dan's Sex Life was the first fucking thing I saw.
Hey.
I was like, I don't know what I'm listening to here, but I don't like it.
I know, right?
But then I came back when y'all was talking about football, and I was like, these motherfuckers ain't that bad. And now it's like, you got Chris, you get to know people on this interwebs as we are this community of Bears peoples. And, C-Dog, as I call them, but Barroom became Cheers. And for those old enough or the seen the reruns, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows.
Hey, Triple R, hold on. Triple R.
Together.
Triple R, do a pose. Let's do a pose. Let's do a barroom pose. Do a pose. Do something, man.
We put arms around each other.
Take a picture. Somebody take a picture. I love his background.
Come on, get in that, Luke. Come on, get in that, Luke. Everybody.
We need it. Yeah, that's what we need right there.
I need a screenshot of that.
Do we do it? What are we doing?
PJ. Oh no.
It's a barroom open mic pictures right here. We need to put those on the wall behind everything.
Right.
But for real though, we all go through things in life and we have that support system. I hope, if we're lucky, we have that support system that, is there for us because You know, when we lose people in life, that hole never fills. And my man lost his pops, yo. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, and he got no other family, so he's gravitated to the Barroom Network, and we've become brothers and sisters, and you know, and some arguing cousins, and some bitches that be coming in the room. I see Don Bird, but it's all love. And you know what I mean? So, you know, when we got to come support each other, it's a good thing. I mean, we could change this motherfucker. I mean, not that he needs pity or he's pathetic or anything, but just to look out for another brother, a human being. You know, bring him to the city, you know, let him see the game, let him check out the shit. And, you know, you're talking about Jalen Carter and how it could do wonders for somebody's life. You know, we're talking about a dude that just wants to come to a city to see a motherfucking football game and how that could change his life. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So when y'all thinking about, you know, buying that next 40 ounce, or, you know, going to the dispensary next time, you know, go and throw that, you know, for C-Dub. You know what I mean? So go and hit it up. You know what I mean? That's you know, I gotta look out for my boy.
You just said 40 ounce.
KB, did he say exactly what happened on the Barfly show? I think he kind of explained it, didn't he?
About his father.
Yeah.
He spoke on it a little bit, man. From my understanding, it was more of him getting sick thing.
Yeah.
And speaking directly to Chris, you know what I'm saying? Chris told me, he was like, you know what I'm saying, we weren't necessarily the closest, you know what I'm saying, the family members and stuff of that matter, but you know what I'm saying, it was his pop, so, and it was affecting him.
Right.
Like I said, I wish he was on here, man, because I would really love for him to tell that side of the story.
Me too.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm pretty sure on Sunday we'll get it out of him. So we have people that tune in. Mm-hmm. You know, tune in. We'll get Chris to speak on everything that's going on.
And I'm trying to get a Chris Watts GoFundMe like promo that you guys can play on that show too, and maybe some other shows on the Barroom. Been working on that. I was trying to get it ready for tonight, but a lot of other things going on. But yeah,
hey man, it's life stuff.
Yeah,
you got the life. Somebody told me this, man. It says you got the life stress. That's what we got, man. We got the life stress.
Because we all gonna go through it eventually, or we have, or we will.
Yeah.
But hey, man, I still got stuff I gotta do around the station, man. So it's getting a little late for me. I'm gonna get ready to hop off. Man, this shit was wild, bro. Being on with Scrody, aka Shorty, you know what I'm saying? Because that's how I looked at your name the first time I seen it. Hey, I was like, why are they calling this motherfucker Shorty when it's Scrody? I see it. Motherfucker, why? And then I looked at it hard. I said, oh, it's not. I was fucking
KB, my last name is Shortino, which is spelled Sciortino. So all my friends called me Shorty, so I just shortened the Shortino into a Shorty.
I can respect that, but shit, you was having a problem spelling it.
Yeah. I said that to Nomad. I'm like, people see me as Scrody, I'm sure, because nobody wants to like pronounce it. You know, they're not gonna take time to figure out how to pronounce that shit.
Scrody, how appropriate. Okay, Todd.
I appreciate you, KB.
Hey man, like I said, it's been a blast, bro. Like I said, it's my first time really being on with Shorty. It's my first time being on with Nomad. And then to bring you other fellas on, man, Luke, Triple R, Jay, man, Foster's. Y'all were a fucking blast. Y'all were a riot, man. I fucking loved all of this. You know what I'm saying? It's something I want to get back on here and do again, bro.
You're welcome back anytime, KB. Anytime.
Like I said, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know it's the AC show, you know what I'm saying? I'm just one of the backup dancers on there. So, hey, man, y'all
be a backup dancer anytime you want, KB.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? I got the looks. My hair a little messy right now, but you know. Now I was told I look like Will Smith every once in a while. But no, man. Like I said, like AC said, man, the offer is on the table. Anybody ever want to come on the Barfly Tailgate show, man? Y'all want to shoot the shit? Y'all want to do anything? Talk about whatever is going on, man.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Facts. But somebody was saying something. Who else said something?
What time? What day y'all come on?
We do Sundays, 10 o'clock.
Central, Western.
Shit. I think
9 Central.
I think we do Eastern for us.
9 Central.
And he got Central.
9 Central.
9 Central.
Your own show, and Foster's
every Sunday 9 Central during the season. I always catch that show. That's kind of how I found you guys, man. Was
turn up.
You and AC sitting there one morning, man.
Hey man,
So-
well shit. I didn't even. Hey man, well I appreciate the love, man. You tuning on because at the end of the day, like my boy AC always said, we ain't nothing but fans, bro. We fanalists. You know what I'm saying? Anything that I come on there and I say, and anybody agrees with, or they even got a rebuttal to, man, and they wanna hash it out, or they want to talk about anything, bro. It's to me that's all love because I was coming from the same position everybody else was coming from. You know what I'm saying? I was just watching the show, and it's funny because I actually came across the show back in the day when Phil and Shane were on the Aldo, and they were talking about each other's dicks, and I was like, "What the hell is this, bro?" And then they started talking football, and I was like, "These motherfuckers know what they talking about."
Yeah.
So, but like I said, bro, it's all love, man. I got nothing but love for everybody on here, man.
KB, I just want to say thank you so much for taking your time out of your work schedule to come on this show to promote
no problem, bro.
spots. And by the way, fuck you very much for the new nickname. For Mo Bierman, Scrody Fitz.
God damn, that Scrody Fitz is even better. I didn't think. All right, man. Love you boys, man. Like I said, I'm gonna tell you
be safe out there.
Background, bro.
See you later, buddy.
Bear down, baby.
Peace.
Luke, you got the mic, man. You have spoken the least tonight. What do you think?
For going back to free agency, one thing all these guys have in common: DJ Moore, Tremaine Edmonds, TJ Edwards, Nate Davis, DeMarcus Walker, and even Robert Tonyan. They all play to the whistle, and none of them have any character issues at all.
We haven't talked about Robert Tonyan tonight, man. Go. Tell you what do you think about that signing? I love it.
I like Tonyan too. He's right what we need opposite of our starting tight end. So I mean, and he's cheap. What are we getting? $3 million for a year, something like that.
And anytime we can take a weapon away from the new quarterback Jordan Love or the previous one, fuck him. Is
he a move tight end or is he an inline tight end?
Tonyan?
Yeah. Are we all dumb here? I don't know.
I don't know exactly how they used him, but he's not like super athletic. I know that.
I know he burned our ass a bunch of times. That's all I know.
I know he's a red zone threat, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
We talking football?
We're talking about Tonyan.
Robert Tonyan?
Yeah, so he's our replacement for Griffin or Wesco.
What? Wait. Who said who just said he wasn't all that? I just want to know. I thought I heard Luke say that. I'm about to get in your ass, Luke.
No, I was the one that brought him up.
No, he didn't.
I'm gonna get in your ass.
I like Tonyan.
I heard you say he wasn't worth shit.
Calm down, Nomad.
All right.
No, wrong guy, Nomad. Wrong guy.
Okay.
Nomad ready to choke
He was
somebody.
reading chat and like watching Luke talk and go, "What the fuck you saying?"
That's a great signing. That's a great signing because he does everything that Komet can't do. He's a route runner. He can get separation on the field. This is a guy that's pretty much a receiver that is built in the tight end mode. This guy is it. If you want a 1-year guy that can get you some plays on the field, and Komet is a great football player, but he is limited in what he can do. Komet is not going to get you separation unless it's a drag across the field and the DB or the linebacker is confused at who to chase. This dude is a route runner. He's been
more of a move tight end?
Yeah.
Yes, he is a move tight end. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
But isn't that what we need?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's got 137 catches and 17 number touchdowns. So that's a pretty good ratio.
He's an upgrade from Wesco and Griffin.
Yeah. And he's 28. I didn't realize
Wesco's already gone, number one. Griffin's going to be gone, number two. And we're going to end up
we still draft a tight end?
Maybe day 3, late day 2, maybe fourth round. I think all those right. I think we still draft a running back.
But look at the way it's set up is the running back, the Dante, the tight end, they're 1-year deals. We're not married to these guys.
Right.
So we draft somebody and they beat them out in training camp, deuces.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's talk about the Twitter crazy that's been going on Bears Twitter, because there was a lull in between the signings and who they thought with their bucket of chicken sitting and waiting on the list of guys that they thought that were going to be signed to the Bears and didn't get signed. And they're talking about Ryan Poles fucked up by not signing Mike McGlinchey, Jawan Taylor, and didn't sign Javon Hargrave. Let's be real. Let's be real about this. Number one, he has his list of guys that he thought fit his system and Eberflus's system more so than anything. And he had a price range for all of them.
And an age range.
Yep. And when they didn't hit that mark, he decided that he'd go to the second tier and the third tier of free agency to do it. And if that didn't hit, then he goes to the draft. I'm okay with it. It doesn't seem like a whole bunch of Bears Twitter are okay with it. I see you, PJ. The thing is, you can't look at Twitter and base what you see on Twitter as Ryan Poles is successful or not. Guess what? Twitter is a shithole country. It is all by itself. It's a shithole country. Fuck Twitter.
I see you, Cliff.
Fuck Twitter. Don't pay no attention to what these motherfuckers talking about on Twitter. Period. Look at what this guy is doing based on the value and the price that he's getting these guys. I've seen people say he's lowballing guys. I've seen people say he's doing exactly the right thing. I've seen everything from A to Z. But I do believe in what he's putting on the table. Just take your time and wait. We're just in the beginning stages of free agency. Wait.
Let me say this, Nomad, real quick.
Thank you very much, Nomad.
When it comes to the contracts, Cliff Stein is doing the contracts. The one who used to do the contracts in the with Jerry Angelo. He's the one doing the contracts again now, so he's not overpaying like the guy that Pace brought in a few years ago. So therein lies the difference.
I wonder how much
who's doing the contracts.
I wonder how much the GM is. I wonder how much the GM is actually hands. I know there's a contract guy because he probably understands all the laws and bylaws and all the language. But I wonder how much the GM is actually involved. Like, does he say, "I want this guy for this number"? For how many years can you get him? What's the average guaranteed? I wonder how much the GM.
According to what Greg Gabriel was saying, he was saying that basically that's Cliff Stein's ball game as far as what he's willing to pay people and things of that sort. The way he was explaining it when I was listening to him and Aldo the other day, it's like his ball game, and he's like got set numbers, and he'll sit up there, wait a guy out. He's doing these type of things.
Luke is dead ass right. He set his standards, his boundaries for every player at every position, and
he told us a year ago. He told us as soon as he got hired exactly what he was doing.
He wants guys at a certain price. He wants guys at a certain price. And if they don't fit that, he probably told Cliff Stein to say, hey, we can do better. If we don't get him, we don't get him. And I'm all right with that as a fan. And I'm
so glad we didn't get McGlinchey.
Me too, man.
Dude, hell.
That price.
28 injury prone, 18 million.
And
we got
shot up.
Good luck with that, Denver.
He got more money than what Orlando Brown got.
I'm still confused about the Orlando Brown thing because somebody told me, I don't remember who I was watching. He got $100+ million contract, but turned it down for a $60 million contract.
Well, he turned down the $100 million contract like a while back, banking on making more now.
That fell
but
through.
it kind of backfired and is like, oh shit, let me get what I can get.
His quarterbacks: Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, and now Bengals. Joe Burrow. Crazy.
Yeah. But I don't think he actually fit our scheme anyway.
Cole said that today. He said that. Did you guys see his press conference today?
No,
awesome.
I didn't.
His press conference was awesome.
Who we talking about? Orlando Brown?
Yeah, he just basically said today that was a scheme thing. He wasn't interested.
Oh man, come on.
They asked him a direct question.
All you got to do is
he also said he's moving Whitehair to center.
All you got to do is look at one run play.
Now here's what I heard. I didn't hear that he's moving Whitehair to center. I heard that he's letting Whitehair compete for center, which to me sounds like this old 30-year-old, $14 million dude is not locked in at left tackle, his other position. Granted, he played center before, but just the thing that he has to compete at center is like, oh shit. Well, who's going to left guard?
So did he say Davis was going to left guard?
Davis left guard, keeping can't think of his name.
Kevin.
Right. This is just what he was talking when he's getting the questions today, and then he said, "Think about moving Whitehair to center because he's got 3,000 snaps or something like that." And Whitehair was a good center when he was just a center. I thought he did well.
Yeah.
I would beg to
10 years ago.
Yeah, there's the center right there.
I would beg to differ because the problem I had with Whitehair at center, his snaps was out of the shotgun would go awry once a game.
That is true.
Once a game, he would have a bad snap that would cost us a first down because the timing was thrown off.
Hopefully, a little coaching can fix that. Maybe. And
Wasn't that Cutler though?
No.
Wasn't he playing with Cutler?
Trubisky?
That was Trubisky, yeah. Trubisky.
Oh, okay.
Whitehair's not 30.
They're
Wasn't
trying
that
to
why they
decide.
went to James Daniel at center?
They're trying to decide whether or
wasn't-
not they want to pay that guy $9-10 million a year.
14.
Basically, is what it is.
14
Whether or not he stays at guard, or whether or not they can work him at center, he could turn out in camp to be, because they got until June 1st to get rid of him, right?
Yeah.
At $14 million, he wouldn't be on my team.
I think we.
And so they got pre-camp. They got pre-camp coming up, and they can see what he can bring to the table as far as center, and decide whether or not they want to cut him. I think he's
at
cut.
$14 million, he wouldn't be on my team.
You save 6 because I think you get a cap hit, but you save $6 million if you cut him, is what I remember.
I thought Poles was going to designate him today as a June 1st cut because remember you could do 2 players now, and they don't count till June 1st. So when they had the press conference, I thought, oh man, Whitehair's gone because everybody's talking that, but you never know what can happen, man. You just don't know.
I mean, but the draft in the waiver wire position, Whitehair is really on the bubble because he is neither young nor athletic.
You lose nothing.
He got to pick up his game or he's gone. It's that simple.
You lose nothing.
You can save $10 million if you cut him.
Okay, so that was off
June 1st.
Yeah,
you lose nothing
June
by
1st,
seeing what he can bring to the table. Let him see what he can do, and that's it.
What about? Let's see. These guys with questions.
I'll tell you this signing that I actually think might be sneaky good. Travis Homer. I'm pretty excited about this guy. I think he got lost a little bit in the Seahawks because they got like 4 or 5 running backs. They're always shuffling around back there. He's only got like a couple hundred carries, but his stats with his carries are crazy, and he runs so hard. He's fast, one cut guy. I'm excited about Travis Homer. I don't know anything about Deontay Foreman really outside of the film you guys just showed earlier, but
I am too. With you. I'm right there with you, Luke.
I'm not saying he's going to be our stud, but I think he might surprise us, just like our current back did.
Special teams, and if he can pound the lines like that, I'll take him.
He's got like 5.8 yards right now in the league.
Watch some tape on him. The guy can block and he can catch the freaking ball.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I've seen.
I think he's like a
they're talking like a third down guy. Sorry.
I'm sure he's a pretty good player. It's going to take me a while to get there, though.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying he's our next,
No.
But for what I think I'm excited about the signing to see what he's got.
I'm just still in mourning over Montgomery, so it's going to take me a while to get there. I'm just still in mourning right now.
Homer alert.
Okay.
Hey, I told you, I'm a homer. Tried and true.
I wanted to ask you about that because I know I'm kind of heartbroken too, PJ, and I really was kind of waiting to hear what you had to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the logic because if you didn't have to pay Montgomery for 6 and you get this guy for 2 and then you can bring in another guy. I mean, I'm getting what he's saying, but I'm still that homer. So I'm like, I'm in mourning. I'm going to get over it, but just give me a minute. It's going to give me a minute.
Okay, Mr. Shorty, I'm going to help you out with this. This is your show. I'm going to help you out with this. What do you guys, and I'm talking to the chat and I'm talking to everybody on the show. That means Foster, that means Triple R, that means PJ, that means Luke. What are the holes one at a time? Give me one fucking hole that you want to see filled in this situation. One in particular.
What situation?
Give me one position. It doesn't matter what it is on the team. Give me one position that you're worried about.
That 3-tech.
Okay.
I'll start right there. The 3-tech, man.
Okay.
I'd say defensive end because we've done 0 right now. As of right now, 0 additions to the defensive end.
Okay.
Unless you consider Walker a defensive end, but not really.
We got 2.
I'll say left guard.
Okay.
And you know why I'm saying left guard.
Why are you saying left guard?
Because Davis is a right guard to me, and Jenkins is a right tackle.
No, Davis said he can play right left guard.
Did you hear what I hear? Did you hear what I said, Nomad?
No,
according to me,
he really wants Tevin a right tackle.
Okay.
I really want him at right tackle.
That's how you feel. That's how you feel.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, this me. I get it.
All right. Triple R.
I think we have bodies on the O-line to address stuff, but defensive line, specifically 3-tech, we're lacking.
3-tech. I got 2 3-techs, right guard, a left guard, one of them. What you got, Foster?
Well, I started with 3-tech, but how about a freaking center, a real center that, like a real center? When was the last time we had one?
Olin.
2009.
I was just going to say, can you remember his name? It's been a while. But center.
Okay.
Critical.
Shorty.
If we're being honest, though, the defensive end hasn't been addressed at all.
Yeah, that's what I mean. 0.
We'll be all right there. I know we'll be all right there, but
I thought Luke said that.
Yeah, we haven't addressed that at all. I mean, because the guy we got from Tennessee,
Walker.
they talking about moving him to 3-tech, though, right?
He's kind of a hybrid, can play everywhere, good but nothing great kind of guy.
Okay.
Yeah, they said he played the 5, the 5-tech in Tennessee, but here he'll be a 3-tech.
He had a few hundred snaps this year at DN too, but
well, let me ask you this:
in a 3-4.
I got a question.
Good point.
It seems like everybody that they're signing, the linebackers between Edmonds and TJ, and the defensive linemen, they're all versatile. So they can, switch between, 3-tech or whatever position they play. Do you think that's a thing that they're actually focusing on?
I think for the money, that's the best thing they can do this far to free agency because they didn't sign any, superstars. But they're going to get a stud eventually. I don't know if it's going to be in the draft or what, but they're going to get, that dude that he's just going to play this spot and kill it. That's my hope anyway.
I think I know where Triple R is going. I think he wants to know kind of, and you can correct me if I get wrong. There was a lot of money to be spent, and most people had that money spent on defensive linemen, offensive linemen, right? Most people had that money spent there in our unprofessional way. They decided that the offensive linemen and the defensive linemen didn't have the same value as the apex linebackers that were in free agency. And I agree with that. Those 2 guys in free agency were the top of their tier. And they decided that, we can dive in on 3-tech and we can dive in on offensive linemen and we can come up short there. But these 2 guys won't be available forever. They're available right now. And they are at the top of their game and cruising up.
I don't think people realize quite how good Edwards is. I agree with
what you were saying, but what I was actually meaning was the versatility between, who's the Will, who's the Mike, pre-snap. I don't know. Who's the Sam? Sambor can play all 3 of them. So who's coming, who's not, who's in coverage. It confuses the offense with the defensive line. Who's the DN? Who's the tackle? Who's rushing from what side? Who's stunting? Because all the players that they seem to be signing have that positional versatility.
I can answer that really quick, and I'll let you guys talk. The important part about what he just said was, okay, who's the Will, who's the Mike? In a 4-3 defense, and Eberflus's 4-3 defense, because everybody's defense is the same, is different. this defense, the way Eberflus plays it in Indianapolis, you don't really understand quite who's the Will and who's the Mike. It's kind of every play you don't know. However, when you have a guy that big and that long, it would behoove you to not keep that guy in the middle of the field. The Will linebacker in Eberflus's defense traditionally is over the ball. And that would mean he's probably the Will linebacker. He's probably the guy with the green dot on his helmet. And it would be stupid to not keep that guy, Tremaine Edmonds, in the middle of your defense to really disrupt everything. He's so big, he's so long, he's so fast and twitchy. He is going to be in the middle of the defense, whether you consider him the Will, whether you consider him the Mike. And that is the confusion, because the other guy next to him can do the exact same thing. So it's a brilliant fucking move in my eyes to put that guy, Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards. You don't know what you're dealing with. And both of them are twitching. And so they can both play the run and the pass just the same. So I love it, man. And so you don't know what you're dealing with, but you want to put that big guy in the middle. You have to put him in the middle to really disrupt that pass flow.
I think Aldo said something on his talk with Greg Gabriel the other day about Bears and the Washington Commanders are in talks over a trade back. Did y'all hear about that?
No.
What's that?
Yeah, they said they possibly in talks of a trade back, possibly involving a player. Chase Young, anybody?
With who?
Montez Sweat.
Commanders.
I would prefer Montez Sweat.
I prefer Chase because you got 2 more cheap years for Chase and only 1 for Montez.
Chase who?
Chase Young.
Oh, dude,
Young.
that would take like 27 picks to get that guy.
Wait. First of all, did anybody see Chase Young play this year? Anybody see that?
He got like 11 minutes.
Chase Young is coming off a serious injury.
He didn't play at all, did
he? He is like 23, 24 years old. However, he is coming off a serious enough injury, so it can really set you back as far as your productivity. But he is 23, 24 years old, and he can come back from that and really make a dent in this league. Would you trade a 3rd, 4th round pick for Chase Young right now as he is?
Absolutely. A 3rd, 4th rounder? Absolutely.
3rd or 4th?
Washington won't take that.
No, they won't take that. They're not going to take it unless they're first.
You don't know what you're getting. You don't know what the fuck.
Would Washington trade their 16th and Chase for Bears 9th?
No.
Yes, they will.
No.
Okay, well, hold on. But let's look at this from a different perspective. Now, I understand that you said the contract, but as far as player and production and health, Sweat versus Young. What say you, PJ?
Sweat has better production than what Young has so far. I agree with you.
We got money we got to spend, big dog.
So wait a minute. So what I'm hearing is, if it's going to be a trade, it's going to be with Sweat, not Chase Young.
It was never said who the player was, but I heard that part of the talk was if Washington trades with the Bears, giving up their 16th and get the Bears 9th, there would be also a player involved.
Oh, don't be wishy-washy now. Which guy would you go for?
Oh, I would go with Chase. I would go with Chase.
So you willing to accept? So you willing to accept that Chase Young, you're going to bet on he's going to be able to recover from his injury?
Nick Bosa tore his ACL his 2nd year. He's the best player in the league at defensive end.
Okay, I'm just putting PJ on the spot. He gonna recover from that, right?
Oh yeah, I believe that.
I got one more for you, PJ.
23.
You said that
I want to see the medical
2 more years
before I decide that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just said I want to see medical reports before I make that decision.
Yeah,
it's a tough injury, man.
I agree.
And the point that I was going to go with is if Montez Sweat is due to get paid now and Young has 2 years left, with the money that Washington just invested in Payne and along that defensive line, they're probably not trying to look to pay Sweat right now and all these other guys. So they would preferably want to keep Young and let Sweat go since he's due to get paid next. That's just what I'm thinking.
I guess I'm leaning more towards Young also because of the friendship between him and Fields. They're best friends.
Are they really?
Yeah, that's now. I don't know where you got that from. That's the first time I heard that. PJ might actually be absolutely accurate with that. But
you didn't see that video where they was working out together for the. Oh man, I've seen them in this video where they was. I think it was like a video about Justin Fields. They were like working out together and everything.
Young from Ohio State. I was thinking he's an Alabama guy.
No, because he's after the Bosa boys.
Okay, now that may be good for Justin and Chase, but do you think Poles gives a fuck about that?
No.
Keeping your quarterback happy is always a plus.
Yeah, there's some there. It's not a writing factor, but it's a consideration.
Right.
I think.
I mean, put it this way: if they were enemies, I think it'd be more of a factor. But the fact that it's they're friends. That that's a feather in the cap. I
but
think
he has friends all across the league. What are you gonna do? That sounded like AA Ron right now talking to the Jets, talking about bringing Cobb, bringing Mercedes Lewis, and all these old other motherfuckers.
You know what? The whole situation between Chase, whether the Commanders were going to sign Chase Young, whether they're going to sign what's the nose tackle's name?
Payne.
Oh, Payne. Yeah. Whether or not they would do that was going to determine what their free agency market would look like, and they made their choice by signing Payne. And so it was known for a good while that Chase Young could be available in a trade, or because you're dealing with a person that's injured.
Guys, I have to interrupt you. Matt Hepler, $99.99 donation to Chris Watts GoFundMe.
What up,
That's
Matt?
what's up right there. That's what's up right there.
Matt. Cool. Thank you, Matt.
You.
Good
Beautiful,
looks,
dude.
Very cool.
Thank you so much, Matt. That is amazing. Thank you so much. You got the stage. What's your question? What do you want these guys to talk about?
Well, he said, "Go, Chris. Want to have a pint with you guys. Cheers. Helping me go through my shit. Pay it forward."
Man, we appreciate you, Matt. That is amazing. Thank you.
Matt Hapler is Matt Helper.
Exactly. Yes.
You know what I think of that? I think he's saying to us, everybody on this panel, everybody that's been in this chat, everybody that's in the chat now, he's saying that you guys are helping him move through his life, and you're helping him get through whatever it is going on in his life, and you're helping him move to the next spot. Mm-hmm. And for a lot of people, that means I just need to get from A to B right now.
Yep.
And whatever that takes, that means whether it's listening to a podcast or watching a podcast or listening to an Audible podcast, whatever it is. Sometimes it takes entertainment. It takes people who entertain people to get to the next spot and giving them the next reason to move it and move their ball forward in life. And so, Matt, thank you, man. Thank you with all my heart.
From the bottom of our hearts, Matt. Thank you so much. That is
well said, Nomad. Well said.
Right.
Yes.
Sometimes when you talk about football or just talk around with the guys, it gets your mind off of other things that can help you get through some stuff like Matt's going through. So I understand totally where he's coming from.
Yeah, man.
Well,
that's what sports is. It's an escape from, reality. That's why people supposedly didn't like reality infringing upon their sports, because we want to live this fucking fantasy, baby.
Yep. It's like my friend says all the time, sports are what the one thing that really truly binds us all together. Sports.
Which tight end, Matt? Got to ask Matt which tight end. There's two of them over there. I think that were pretty decent.
Isn't that
from Utah?
He's talking about Kincaid.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Dalton Kincaid. Yeah. I love Kincaid, man.
Good player.
Who's the other guy?
But he is more of a receiver, isn't he?
Am I in the minority when I'm just not big on getting a tight end this year? I just don't feel like it's a. I feel like that's like a cherry on top of the icing.
I think it's over now. They just signed Tanya, man.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I wouldn't mind one in like the 5th, 6th, or 7th round.
Sure. I just don't think it's on my top 5, 6, 7, 8 positions that I would.
You can't prioritize that after you just did what you just did.
Right.
That's why I'm just. I know Triple R. I have a man crush on Darnell Washington, but I just see so much in that kid, man. He can block. I believe he can catch in the right situations. He's big. He's got good hands. He can jump over you. I mean, plow through you. I'll shut up.
Whoa, pause.
Darnell Washington might need to watch his ass.
Wait, hold on, Nomad. He said, big hands, can catch.
Good
hands. I'll be right back.
And he can plow right in. What was that? Plow what?
Plow right through you. Are we getting back to the sexual? How the NFL is nothing but fucking sexual words?
Hey, you had your shit pushed in.
Aldo said there was something wrong with you, Shorty.
Plowing through the hole.
He said, "Plow right into you."
Always get love from the essays.
He's taking the handoff right up the middle, right through the hole.
Spending too much time with Aldo, dude.
All right.
Well, I'm glad to know it's not the other way around, at least.
Tight end question. Would a rookie tight end be able to come in and learn and play the system better than the rookie tight end Chase Allen we took that was a stud in Iowa last year, who's been developing on the practice squad?
Well, here's another reason why I'm so high on Washington, because if he's that good as like a blocker, you could almost use him as an extra tackle, a swing tackle, and he can learn on the job by blocking more than he does anything else. And eventually then he can become a weapon in the future. We all know it takes a year or 2 or 3 for the tight end to develop. History has shown that. So blocking is one of his strengths. So to me, that's kind of a win because you're adding another blocker to the line in certain situations.
Go
ahead.
My only concern about that is with as many needs as we have, being line, both sides, I don't see taking a tight end early, which Washington will go, and bypassing those other needs we have. That's my concern, because I'm like, we need another one tech, another 3 tech.
I guess because in my head, my situation involves us trading down one more time and getting more picks in this draft, and therefore we might be able to get a player like that. Maybe I don't know where he goes because, truthfully, So you think second?
Yeah, they say either first or second. I think
Darnell.
Yeah.
He's like first tight end off the board.
Yeah, first or second now.
Wait a second. Wasn't I getting shit on for loving this guy so much just a few weeks ago?
Well, no, you were getting shit on because you were loving him a little too hard.
But now he's going to be in the first round is what you're saying, so I was right.
Yeah, first or second round is what they're saying.
Poles did talk about trading back today, or as a possibility.
I would love that. I hope they
do.
Like
Cliff just said in the chat, he gave up on trying to figure out what Poles is going to do because Poles is going to do what Poles is going to do. He's going to draft some people that be like, who?
I do like Cliff did just bring this up a little bit ago. Saving money to extend Kmet, Mooney, and Claypool. Claypool, I think, is a hard no. Is Mooney's contract? Is he free agent? Is this his last year?
Yep.
Mooney.
Yeah. So if we don't resign him, then his contract's up.
Both of them.
Mooney.
He's probably
Mooney, Johnson, and Claypool.
Mooney's probably only an $8 or $9 million guy, though, right? As far as of so far.
I guess probably to the Lions, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because given Juju, he signed a 3-year 33, so 11 a year for him.
How old is Juju?
Is he better than Juju though? I don't know if he's better. I don't know if he's comparable. They're not really.
That's what I was thinking about. They probably comparable.
Yeah.
Because New England signed Juju to 3 years, $33 million. And real quick, I want to say, see you later, Chubbs. I think he was signing off for the night. So good night, Chubbs. Appreciate you.
Right on, Chubbs.
Good night, Chubbs.
Appreciate you, Chubbs. Have a good night, buddy.
Guys, did we talk about that for Matt Hepler, Mr. Kincaid?
I don't know much about him. I don't know much about Kincaid.
Did I miss it?
I don't either, but I know he's done a lot in 3 years. I was just doing a little reading on him. I haven't looked at a lot of film. And of course, as soon as I say that, my page went out. But it was something like 104 catches, 1,400 yards, and 16 or 17 touchdowns in 3 seasons with Utah.
He's a receiver.
Those are pretty good numbers for a tight end.
Right.
I know he's well thought of, man. I know he's well thought of. I don't have any tape on the guy. I'm going to look at it for it. See what I can see on that, man.
If we take a tight end in
Something
the second or third round, and there's a decent pass rusher on the board, I'll just be upset.
I'd look later though. Right. I agree. I've looked at tight end. I've looked at every position because I believe you always have to look at every position, like due diligence, man. I'm looking at cornerbacks and safeties even, and okay, I still say we need a cornerback in this draft. I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but
specifically called out. I've never heard Jalen Johnson's name being mentioned for an extension, and polls did say specifically we address cornerback at the end of the season.
I love Jalen Johnson, man. I think he is so good.
See, I thought I heard him say we are definitely going to upgrade the defense and the defensive line and cornerback position this year.
He did.
And that was at the end of the season. He stated that in a press conference.
He did.
So I'm looking for him to get a cornerback.
I know PJ has his issues with Johnson, but I think if he had any kind of help up front, he would just be top 10 type corner. I love him.
I like Johnson as well.
Against the big receivers. He probably struggles a little bit against the little shifty guys just because not how he's built. But the way he played against Brown, it's one of the best cornerbacks. Yeah. I don't care what Brown's numbers were. That was amazing to watch that.
Yeah.
That's true.
I like Johnson. I think with Johnson, I think we probably re-sign him, but it'll probably take a minute. But I don't think we're going to necessarily address cornerback in the draft. I'm looking for him to sign Yassim or the guy from Raiders. The one who played with Eberflus in Indy. I think I would suspect us to go after him at some point.
Isn't that Eagles corner still out there too? Not Slay, but the hyphenated guy. What is his name?
Yeah, I can't remember his name, but he's out there. Okay. Yeah. Oh, here we go, guys. So the other tight end I was thinking of was Brant Kuith, and in January he declared that he's going back to Utah, and then Dalton Kincaid,
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Let's see if this comes up here. This guy, his numbers are, like I said, are just.
He looks like a kind of fiddle type.
He keeps jumping on me.
The only problem I got
Go
ahead. Another problem I have with tight ends and taking one early, they normally take 3 years to develop. So you're gonna take that guy early and not address the line either side, and you're gonna put it on a player that's probably won't do much for the first year or two. So I would rather, if I go with a tight end, I would rather go late.
I guess
later.
If we trade back, we end up with like 3 2s or 2 3s or something. I guess I would be cool with taking a dude, but man, I would just rather have a whole bunch of defensive linemen out there.
I'm hoping we get 4 defensive linemen in the draft, or four defensive linemen and two offensive linemen.
We still got 4 more picks. That's only 6.
I'm talking about in the first few rounds.
Yeah.
Come on, man. This ain't bad.
I'm going heavy. I'm going heavy to address our lines because I want Fields protected, and I want us to get after the quarterback. So even if we
go Nomad. Sorry.
No, I was saying if we even go after Chase Young in that trade, I mean, you trade back to 16 with it, get Chase Young if that's possible, and then with that 16th pick, I'm going either offensive line or defensive line. I'm going heavy. I would go heavy.
PJ, I'm with you. I'm thinking 3 defensive linemen. I don't care if they're ends, 1 tech, 3 tech, defensive end, pass rusher, because that's what we need to help the back end of that defense that is pretty damn solid now with the linebackers. We had some pass rush and some the plug in the middle and some pass rush, man. Holy crap.
Remember the draft?
Got to be impressive.
Tommy Harris and Tank Johnson? They doubled down that draft?
Yes.
Can you pull up the draft order to see if there's any way that the Texas Tech defensive end can fall to 9? Is there any, like, if 4 or 5 quarterbacks go in the top 7 and
there's a way
Anderson goes before him, is there a way that we can get Tyson?
Yeah, if they draft some like offensive tackles,
because Arizona's going to take Anderson, right?
Huh?
You throw in a cornerback.
Yeah.
What, 4 or 5 quarterbacks? Throw in a cornerback, one or the other pass rushers. So now we're at 7 or 8 right there, without even talking about Carter or what's his name out of Texas Tech.
Hey, TJ, let me put this in your ear. Let me check this out. I'm looking at Montez Sweat. He's 26 years old. 2021, he had 5 sacks. 2022, he had 8 sacks. If you take him, I mean, are you married to Young? Would you be willing to accept Sweat?
I'll be willing. I just think Chase has a bigger upside, but I understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if that's offered, I'm not going to snub my nose at it because we need help. But I would prefer Young, but I wouldn't be mad about Sweat at all.
Young was the most touted prospect coming out of college since like Clowney. I mean, he's coming out at the number 1 overall pick. He's one of the better prospects that has been out in a while. Like his upside is huge. I know he's been hurt twice, but man, his upside is tremendous.
So that's why I'm wondering if Washington is just trying to cut bait because because you got to pay, if he's the number 1 pick, you got to pay him that number 1 pick money also. So maybe that's a way of cutting ties too.
And you can't pay 4 defensive linemen big money. I mean, they got 3 guys right now that are getting paid big money. Can't pay 4.
There's no way they can keep that up. It's not
can't put $120 million a year on 4 players on your front 4.
I
think so.
How far are you guys willing to go back to 19, not past 20? Like, if we trade back maybe twice, or even if it was once, how far would you want to go back?
Depends on what the compensation is for me.
Right. Yeah.
Because if I want to go back past, because like with 16, I could see myself, okay, give me Chase Young and 16 for my number 9. Okay, I can do that.
I'm going to give you a scenario. Hold on.
I would do that
Tampa Bay.
Sure.
Richardson is sitting there at 9. Tampa Bay wants Richardson. They're going to give us a 2024 and a 2025 first-round pick.
Done.
And swap.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
They won't do that, but yeah.
Why not?
To go from 9 to what?
19 to 9. Swap picks a 2024, 2025 first-round pick.
2 first-rounders? I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot.
Well, I'll put it like this. In Ryan Poles' first year, he bargained being shop because that's what he had to shop with. So rounds, 5, 6, 7. Now I'm thinking he's going to move up and do more shopping for rounds 3, 4, 5. And the next year, we already have 2 first-round picks in hand. He'll go for more of the like blue chip guys ready to come in and make that difference.
Somebody said if we trade for Aaron Donald, pretty sure he's making like $60 million this year.
Yeah, not happening.
he doesn't fit Pole's profile of 26 to 27-year-old guys. That's what I've been paying attention to. Seems like he's not finding anybody close to 30 at all.
He's making 26 with a dead cap value of 50. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because I kind of wanted Leonard Floyd as our third linebacker, but he's 30, so I don't see Poles even going after him. I don't think Poles will go after guys 29, 30.
He doesn't want to pay $28 million to a 31-year-old or whatever he is.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Plus, he didn't do anything this year. I mean, is he just playing to get his money now? Who knows?
Yeah, Rams sucked. I mean, they had to talk him back into coming back this year, didn't they?
He almost retired last year, yeah. But if you're making $30 million, all I got to do is make a play every once in a while.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess there's a scenario to where the Texas Tech defense could fall to us. I mean, Arizona might take Anderson. Colts quarterback. Seattle could take him. But if they don't, then I think he falls. I don't know. You think Detroit would invest in line again this year? Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, they got a solid, pretty solid line.
But if you could fall to 9 and still get the second best pass rusher in the draft.
Yeah.
That scenario that I just brought up really got me thinking, man. Tampa Bay could just want to start over again with God, if we could have a quarterback there at
They
9.
got Baker Mayfield, dude. They don't need to start over. They're good to go.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He's making $4 million or something.
He's making like $8 million when Chase Daniels made like 6 as a backup for the Bears.
Monty's making 6 right now.
I know, that's sad, isn't it?
Yeah. His first overall pick 4 or 5 years ago.
That was the contract that I wanted. I was hoping Monty would get this year. Would be $6 million a year, right, PJ?
He got it.
You were talking about it too last week.
Yeah, he got it. Just with someone else.
Yeah.
Everybody kept saying, "Hey, man, if we can get Monty for 6, that'd be great." Everybody said it all over the place for a month.
Yep.
And then when I see Detroit signs him for 6, I'm going, Poles, what are you doing? That's about the only thing that I disagreed with him on. But what the hell do I know, man? I'm a roofer, not a fucking GM.
No matter's right. He told us exactly what he wanted. He wanted, fast guys, and Monty's everything but.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He just got one of the biggest hearts in the NFL, though.
Oh yeah, he's fantastic.
But let me go back to that scenario real quick with the Washington. If we were to trade back with Washington and get Chase, who would you guys take with that 16th pick?
Maybe that's right there. Is
who's available?
Adebawari, is that Adebo? I can't.
Is that the guy who ran real fast in the combine?
Yes.
He just had his
4.45 or 4.49, I think.
He just had his pro day, and his measurables are off the charts, dude. He might be the best
in
the draft. I mean, potentially.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
He's up there.
Excited.
It's kind of messed up how the NFL has free agency before the draft, right? They have to just fuck with everyone by because if you could just do free agency after the draft, everything would be set, right?
Well, I think honestly, that's why the union wanted free agency first, because if you had a draft first, lot of these veteran players would not be getting picked up.
No money.
A lot of guys are talking about Lucas Van Ness, but I keep hearing he's going to be pushed into a 3 technique. Is that true? Or is he going to be able to play DN in the pros? I don't really know a lot about him. I know he's big and tall and lanky, so he's right up their alley. But
yeah, I think he's kind of raw.
I'm going to put my bid in for out of 80, Tommy from Northwestern, out of Bawari.
That's who you would go with the 16.
You remember, not all of you are old enough to remember, but Warren Sapp, he had that get off. Many of you may remember Tommy Harris. He had that get off. They were shorter guys, but they were athletic as fuck. And he's that dude to be that size. And he's athletic. He's doing the 40. He's doing the 20. He's doing every fucking drill that all the athletes do. And he's doing the best that, that person can be. And so he seems to be that kind of guy, Northwestern kid. So, he's got the brains on him. He just seems to be the perfect Hicks kind of guy.
who are you talking about?
Adebawari.
Oh yeah, he's got me pretty interested.
So you're taking him at 6? You would take him at 16, Triple R?
Oh, definitely, because he seems to me as out of looking at the D tackles, everybody has their own, pros, cons.
Right.
He is, damn near 300 pounds, so he's got the weight on Clancy.
Right.
He's more durable than Brizet. I can't think of all the other defensive tackles off the top of my head, but 80, he's the best. He's the best athlete. He has the highest motor, and he's kicking ass.
Okay.
And out of the defensive ends, I think there can be more of those that could be had later.
Right.
And defensive tackle, I believe Foles has his own idea other than the guys that we've all mentioned. So yeah, 80, he's that difference at 3 technique that will make this whole defense work.
What about you, Foster? Who would you go with if we get Chase in the trade? Then who would you take at 16?
I'm looking at a couple guys. I got 2 things I'm gonna say. I'll answer that, Nomad. So while we're sitting here, I ran 10 mocks in a row up to pick 9. Every single mock had Anderson and Wilson gone by pick 6. Not that means anything, but we know that those guys are going to be up there. So it would take something odd to maybe where like Detroit picks up Devin Weatherspoon or something like that, might make one of these guys slip. Now at 16, I really like AA. I call him AA because I can't say his damn name. So I really like him, but I'm also, I really, and this is again, now I'm going to a pass rusher.
By the way, this is AA right here, guys, on the screen.
Yeah,
look at that.
Look at it. It's crazy.
He's impressive.
Look how quick. Look at that.
What is his why isn't he a first round prospect? Like, what's his negative? Is it just because he came from
Because
Northwestern?
he's short. Because he's 6'1" or 6 feet tall.
Yeah, but who cares? I mean,
obviously they do.
I guess.
Well,
That's Tommy Harris, though, guys.
They had him playing the 5 technique or the defensive end, so therefore he was kind of to be considered kind of short for that position.
He was their player, they just put him in the most.
Can I challenge everybody here, really, really fast?
No, I'm glad to hear your voice.
Do it.
Now, really, really quick. There's a bunch of guys that showed up well in the combine. They showed up well in their pro days, and I get it, man. It's a lot of guys that everybody like for whatever reason. This he's a difference maker in his own way, but on tape. Let me tell you something. Based on what Flus and what polls together say, they want big, long, lean guys that are really fast. The difference in what we're looking at on tape, what we're looking at here on film, this dude he's not big and he's not long. He's lean and he's fast, but he doesn't fit the other traits. He's looking for big guys, man, in his fronts. He's looking for big guys that are long, that can block down passes, and that can also penetrate and make plays. This guy isn't. I'm not going to say he isn't an Eberflus guy because he probably is, but he doesn't fit in what they're looking at for a 3 tech. I don't think so. It's just based on his track record. Look at the guys that he's picked for his 3 tech. He picked DeForest Buckner, and he picked Ogunjobi, who never did manufacture for whatever reason. I think he wants big, long, lean guys that can really penetrate. As much as I like this guy on tape, his tape is outrageously good.
I love
it. He doesn't fit the mold of what I see an Eberflus guy being.
I don't know, man.
Hold on, guys. Can we finish with the question I asked? Because I want to see what Shorty, Nomad, and Luke has to say, who they take at 16.
At 16?
If we trade back with Washington, got Chase Young with that 16th pick, who would you pick?
Let's just say it's a 3 tech. I'm taking a Javon Dexter, I'm taking a Keanu Benton type of guy, a bigger, faster, longer guy.
At
I mean,
16.
he's not faster. He's not faster than Double A, but
At
he
16.
fits the traits that Eberflus is looking for. Both of those guys.
But at 16, though.
Yep.
Okay.
Who did you say, Nomad?
It's going to be Javon Dexter or Keanu.
Okay.
Benton. If it's 3 techs, it's going to be one of those 2 guys.
No, I'm not limiting it to 3 techs. That's what I'm saying. If we got Chase in the trade, who would you take with the 16th pick?
At 16.
Yeah.
It's probably going to be for me. It's going to be Thule.
Okay. What about you, Luke?
It's a good question. I'm looking at these guys. 16 is kind of an awkward spot because there's not really any offensive linemen I like around there. There's more guys in the second round that you could probably get for decent value. Van Ness would be gone by then, most likely. I don't want a receiver. No way in hell I want a receiver.
Harris Johnson's gone.
Yeah, Kalijah Cansey maybe, but his arms scare me. There's just nobody in the league that's successful with his kind of arm length. Honestly,
32.25.
if I'm at 16 and I can't trade back anymore, I might take the best corner on the board, Joey Porter possibly. I mean, it's just a weird spot. I don't think I'd love to be at 16. Judge, if this list here is at all accurate to what people think is going to happen.
Really quick. Are we picking based on what we like, or is it based on what these guys have shown you and told you what they prefer? They want position versatility. So if it's an offensive lineman, they want an offensive lineman that can really be versatile. If they want a defensive lineman, they want one that can be really versatile between 280, 290, 300, or 315, somewhere in those lines. They want a guy that can line up on the inside or on the outside. So are we choosing these guys that we really want based on what we want, or based on what the track record Eberflus has put on board?
I would go by track record, and I think they're going to take the best available player. I don't know if it really maybe not a linebacker if that's the best available player because they just spent $1 billion there. But I think they take if the best available player is a corner, I think they take a corner. I think they take whatever.
What if it's JSN?
I just firmly don't believe in taking receivers in the first round, but that's personal buy. Unless it's Marvin Harrison Jr., unless it's a Calvin Johnson, I'm not taking a receiver in the first round. Too many good guys in the second round. Too many good guys.
I'll just be quiet. I just had to put that out there.
Who would you take, Shorty?
Miles Murphy?
Who would I take?
Yeah.
AJ? Well, I guess it would have to come down to who was available. But if there was
based on who you think will be available.
Well, considering we had just traded for Chase, right, from the Redskins in that scenario, we would have hopefully our defensive end position wrapped up. But is that 3 tech still wrapped up? So it would almost be great to double down there on that. But we still have offensive line needs. So if there is an offensive lineman there of any worth, I definitely would probably go there. But if they're both gone, and like Luke said, there's a cornerback. If Joey Porter Jr. sitting there, fuck yeah, I'll take him. Even if JSN's sitting there, I think I might consider that because you can never have too many weapons for Justin Fields, man. And if you went out and got defense with that trade, maybe it wouldn't hurt to do that because you never know what's going to happen with Mooney and that foot injury, that leg injury that could linger for a while. It could change his career. So the route running from JSN is spectacular.
What I would do, I would go after if Skoronski's there.
He's not going to be there. I take Skoronski too if he was there.
Yeah, I think if he's there, I would go with him. But if not, then I'm leaning towards Double A.
Yes,
right. I can get behind you on that. Yeah.
What if Paris Johnson's there?
If he's there, I take him too, but he's not going to go. He's not going to be there either. 16.
It kind of comes down to offensive line or defensive line at that point, right? Like you can hope that one of those guys is there.
To piggyback on what Nomad was saying, I think Double A has that positional versatility because Northwestern lined them up all up and down their defensive line. You know, as they did with Thule, except Double A is a little bit more athletic and about 20 pounds heavier than Tuli.
Yeah,
So,
Tuli came in.
That's going to outweigh that for me. But I will say this, that if there's a heavy run on cornerbacks and cornerback is a choice, I wouldn't be mad at it. But no wide receiver and the right tackle and center, I think we can get a little bit later.
Center for sure.
Yeah, center will be able to get later. What does the chat say, man? I'm looking at a little bit of the chat here. We got a bunch of different things. Matt Kedro, I can't pronounce it right, is he goes at 16 if he's BPA, Witherspoon, or Nolan Smith. I brought up Nolan.
No.
What else we
so,
got?
so that person would double down on a defensive end.
I would too.
Getting Chase and then Nolan too.
I would too. There's a good one.
I know how to solve this. Shorty. Pull up Mel Kiper's top. Where are we picking at 16, right?
16.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pull up Mel Kiper's top 20.
I can't do it, but who's the guy from Clemson?
Let's just base our argument on that. What
That's
he
how they
thinks.
fall?
The top 20 would be.
Okay.
And that'll make it easier.
Because I was going to throw an oddball in there. And he's probably a little later, but Miles Murphy, but he's probably 6 picks back, 5, 6, 7 picks back.
Something like
This
that.
is not a good. This doesn't work.
So I don't think Murphy's fit though, really, is he?
Okay,
Wait,
he's got one. He's got Will Anderson's gone.
Okay,
he's ranking them by the best
Wait
people
for
on the
it.
board.
Okay, let's just roll with it. Let's just roll with it.
Oh,
Jalen Carter is gone. Okay. Let's just roll with what he's got here. CJ Stroud gone.
He's going number 1, by the way, just so you guys know.
That's what I think too.
Levis gone. We know this ain't gonna play like this, but that's okay. Bryce Young gone.
Skronsky
Gone.
Wow.
I would like to have Skronsky.
B. John gone.
B. John Robinson.
Get Skronsky, get White here.
Right there.
That helps us.
Mayor gone.
That helps us.
That's not going to happen.
If it's right.
PJ gone.
that's right where we're at right now. So let's
Yep.
just
Yep.
Do we want PJ on our team? See if Scheme
Jordan
fits?
Addison
I don't know much
gone.
about him.
Who's PJ?
Paris Johnson.
Miles Murphy.
Yeah.
Ohio State.
He's got 37.
See, there's my guy. But he's gone.
About Miles
Here come
Murphy.
Tyree Wilson somewhere.
Watch some film on him.
Brzee gone.
See, I don't think Brzie's going that early. I think he's going to go later. He's got some help. You look at his.
No.
Wow.
You know what's important? Where they going to? Where they going? Who's picking these guys?
That's true.
right.
Jordan, you're getting yelled at by the
Okay,
chat
gone.
right now, just so you know.
There's your guy.
Ooh.
He's out of there.
Ooh.
So now here we are with all those guys considered. Now what you gonna do?
We did that last week, Matt.
Now what you gonna do? What you gonna do now? Go around the board.
Okay.
Start with PJ at the bottom and move up.
Oh, and what did I say?
My guy's gone.
I'm definitely taking Sanders.
I would say I'm going with double A.
You still going double A?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I gotta go defensive, offensive line. So yeah, I gotta go with him.
I ain't seen a corner come off that board yet.
Yeah, you got Porter gone. Porter's gone.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he's sorry as shit.
I'd say Witherspoon if I was picking and he was up there and the next offensive lineman's whoever it is. I'd probably say Witherspoon next available player.
Oops.
Okay.
We still haven't seen triple.
Let fucking Foster go. It's fucking Foster's turn.
Fucking A.
That's
you know what? Devin Weatherspoon, man. Because then we're done. That entire thing is done back there. It's done.
I love it.
So that's his top 25. So we got to 16, and I said maybe Jackson Smith if he's still there, and he was number 16 on Kuiper's board. So is that what we're going with?
Okay, that's your pick. That's your pick.
No, I'm just saying if he's the 16th, if we're going best player available, right? And he's
This is what you need to ask yourself when it comes to receivers in the draft. How much better is Jackson Smith-Njigba from like the fifth best receiver in the draft. Is it this much better? Because most of the time,
running, yes.
Right. So most of the time, like the gap between your best lineman and your best corner to the fifth or sixth one is big.
How about this? How about who's taking JSN on this team with the receivers that we have over Christian Gonzalez? Who's doing that?
No.
Exactly. Nobody's doing that.
Gonzalez was still sitting there. No.
Sure is. He's sure sitting there.
He was sitting there in that scenario. Yeah, wasn't he?
Because the beautiful thing about this is you're talking about Bears Twitter. Bears Twitter would literally fucking implode if you took a defensive player again with the first pick. That would be fucking awesome.
It'll look like the end of days, but they'll accept it after a while.
I'd be happy with it.
It's not like Ryan Poles is looking at Bears Twitter and say, hey, you know what? Let's make our pick based on the poll from Bears Twitter. He ain't paying no attention to our ass. He don't give a fuck what we talking about, man.
But Pickens, but Anderson, Carter, but Pickens.
Right, exactly.
Hey, you guys, did anybody see Tony the Pod Boss's tweet about letting the fans run the show?
Man.
He goes, here's Poles picking, and it's a real nice car and a real nice house and a bunch of cars. And then he goes, here's you fucking guys picking. And it's like a fucking mobile home that's beat the crap out of with a Porsche sitting next to it.
PJ,
so
plug your ears.
That's what the fans would do, man.
Plug your ears, PJ, because the Bears would be a shithole country too, just like Twitter. Let that man great. Cook. He's doing his shit, man. Leave that man alone. Let him do his shit. He's got a plan. We just think we know what's going on, but he's got a plan on how to operate this shit for the next 5 to 7 years.
I can admit, I've been impressed with Poles. I like his confidence and his plan of action. I think I've been impressed with him. I think he's doing a good job. The way he's going about the business of signing the free agents at his price without overpaying and overreaching. I like that.
All right, let me ask you. I got a question for PJ. As a man of the law, and what you just said on Poles, a lot of the criticism is that he lied to Roquan and that he lied to David Monty because he or not lied to him, but he lowballed Monty. What do you think about those two, criticisms?
I think now this is coming from a guy who's a homer. I think Poles has set in his mind a certain amount that he wants to pay for a position or for a player. And if the player doesn't meet that, he's not going to pay over it, because like he wanted Roquan back. He just didn't want Roquan for 20. So he gave that 17 something to Edmonds. I think he wanted David back, but he probably wanted David back for about maybe 3, no more than 4. I think that's where lies the issue. He wants them back. The ones that he said he wants back, or he says as a part of this team, but he wants them for his price and his price only. He's not trying to overpay in his mind. That's where I think he's at.
Word. Or who was it?
Foster, do you want to say something?
I was just gonna say this guy Matt Cadro in the chat's making some good points too, and he was saying about both of those guys. He's like, look, he doesn't owe those guys anything. He didn't draft either one of them, and to me, with both of them, the way Poles is in front of the camera, I think he was honest with both of them, because I think just like one of you guys mentioned, he did want Roquan. But once Roquan started playing the game, the minute Roquan had the hold in my mind, I'm done with the guy. And I said it on here. I says, I don't want Roquan from that moment on, because he's being selfish. He's got to go out and say this stuff immediately, talking about his hold-in, instead of sitting behind a door with Poles and talking this stuff out, man. It's like here. I help a lot of people in recovery, and I got this one guy who in front of 50 people will fucking stick a guy in a corner and make him feel like a piece of shit. I pull that guy aside on the side and he's the asshole. I pull him on the side and say, dude, we don't do that to anybody. You don't do that in the public domain. I'm not saying that Roquan did a ton, but the minute he did that holding, I just was off on him. He turned me off right away. As far as Monty goes, what?
I thought that's what they wanted him to do. To say, because it was a new system being brought in place, instead of him holding out, they wanted him to hold in where he can at least understand or see the plays and those things, but he's still holding out per se, but he's holding in. I thought that's what they wanted him to do.
Maybe I got that wrong, but in my mind, I'm still going, man, you come in and talk to me about this stuff. Maybe you're absolutely right. Maybe I'm just seeing that wrong. But that's me. Everybody's, we got opinions. Just because I believe, just because I think and I say something doesn't mean I should believe it. So right, maybe I'm wrong there.
What I thought I heard was that, because it was a new defense, a new scheme, they wanted him to be able to go to the meetings and listen to the scheme being taught. But, so he's still there, but he wasn't practicing. So there was a hold in. I thought that's what they said they wanted him to do.
Yeah, see, I could miss one statement and that would fuck my whole theory up, right? So okay, I'm gonna agree. So I'm wrong there. With Monty, he's gonna pay so much for a running back, and we all know this already. He's already said, I am going to get value for this team. I'm not overpaying for these motherfuckers. Excuse me, but you know what I'm saying. And I'm going to build this team through the draft. So I just love everything Poles is doing. I believe me, man. I love Monty too. He's one of my guys that I wanted back. Just like a lot of people last year.
By the way, don't apologize for swearing.
Yeah, I fucking did because I'm fucking Foster.
Don't fucking apologize for fucking swearing.
Fucking A, you motherfucker.
You know something. No, I'm gonna keep this context right here, really quick. Had the defense, had the front office brought in a general manager who was okay with a 3-4 scheme type of coach. Let's say they brought in a 3-4 scheme coach. Let's say they hired Wink Martindale from the Ravens, right?
Roquan would have been awesome.
Roquan would have been great.
Perfect.
Roquan would have been great because mostly they go forward and they just rush.
Don't have to worry about getting blocked.
In the 4-3, you got to cover space and you need length in this guy's defense. And that's why Roquan didn't fit. Just to keep it really clean and really personal with you guys. Nice. That's why he didn't fit.
Nice.
Well, according to Poles himself, like Poles said, he wanted Roquan. Basically, they just didn't meet on the numbers. So, I'm not going to dismiss.
He never fit, PJ. He never fit.
I'm not saying. But see, in my mind, that wasn't enough of a deterrent for Poles because Poles was still trying to get him for 18, 19, whatever he was trying to get him for. He was still trying. He just wasn't going to give him no 20. So I think
why he's wearing the number 18. He's trying.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think if Roquan would have said, "Hey, you know what? I'll take 19," we'll be having a different conversation. Then we'd be saying, how Roquan fits now. Because the thing is, Poles wanted him, or else he wouldn't have been trying to re-sign him. He wanted him. He just wasn't able to meet at that number. So then he pivoted.
I think
they said the same thing about McGlinchey. They said he was in on McGlinchey, but then when McGlinchey's price went too high, he pivoted and went after Nate Davis.
Paul said, "Fuck that shit."
Yeah.
I thought it was
Let me finish with the Monty thing real quick. Does anybody remember Akeem Hicks? I'll end it right there with that. Because nobody's crying over Akeem Hicks now.
Nope.
But a year ago, everybody was, or whenever when he finally ended up going to Tampa, everybody's like, "Oh no, we got to keep Akeem. We got to keep Akeem." Nobody's talking about him now. He could have helped this last season, but it's not to be. It's just not to be.
It's the Chicago Bears. It's not the Chicago Justin Fields. It's not the Chicago Walter Paytons. It's not the Chicago Akeem Hicks. You know, players come and go. Some are good.
Yep.
Some are great. Some fucking suck. But it's always the Bears.
Ryan Post came at that man with the $18 million contract, and it was bigger than every other contract that was out there. I believe he said we'll front end it for you, we'll back end it for you, whichever you choose. But we gotta baseline this motherfucker at $18 million. And when they let him go, what was Roquan's choice of number?
It's 21, wasn't it? Oh, 18.
18. That was a signal. That was a signal. That's what they asked me to sign for, was 18 million. He was stuck on the number 18 and didn't pay attention to, okay, we can front end it or we can back end it for you, whichever one you want. They was dealing with Roquan, not some agent somewhere in a suit, you know, drinking fucking Manhattans and shit in a fucking bar.
Roquan's mama in St. Omni.
Exactly, with a skillet and his mama. She'll slap you upside your head with that number.
But am I not correct? Didn't Leonard Floyd the year before get 19?
No, I don't know about that.
19. Leonard Floyd.
I thought Leonard Floyd, not Leonard Floyd, I'm sorry. Darius Leonard.
Yes.
Didn't Darius Leonard?
I don't know what his contract was, but he had the highest linebacker contract in the NFL.
Right. So I think Roquan was trying to top him.
It's all about how much you can bring home. It's not about the number you see on ESPN. How much can you bring home?
What I'm saying is, you know how they always say, you know, when the next person's up, they've had to go up 3% or whatever it is. That's what I thought Roquan was trying to do, is just get more than what the previous guy did.
Oh, yeah, set the market.
And it's Shaquille now, by the way. Okay, don't dead name him like that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Shaquille Leonard now. So I think that's what Roquan was trying to do, is make more money than what Shaquille was. And I think they're in where Cole came in and said, hey, you know, I value you at 18 or whatever number he came up with. So there, and I thought was the difference, but where they butted heads at.
He got 19.5 million.
19 and a half. So Roquan going up from 19 and a half, that's where he came with the number 20.
Okay. We can quarrel all day about whether or not it was the right move for him to let him go and pick up the guys he got.
Yeah, I would rather have Edwards and Edmonds than
he moved on.
Okay. So that's a done deal, right? That's a done deal.
Done deal.
Roquan is under the bridge. We done with him.
Done deal.
Are we all good with Monty?
We move under the bridge, man.
What about Monty?
Under the bridge.
Are you done with them being gone?
I'm done.
I'm not there yet.
I'm not there yet either. No, not yet. Man. I'm still.
Give me a week.
PJ,
give me a week or two.
All you motherfuckers got teddy bears when you sleep.
You motherfuckers.
I gotta tell you.
I'm over Monty, man. I'm over. I'm still always gonna like the guy, and I'll tell you what, I'm gonna root for him 15 times a year. I'm gonna root for that dude. That's all I can say about him. Because I really like the guy's attitude, man. He does not give up.
As soon as we draft our nice shiny new running back, you guys.
I'll send you the David Montgomery teddy bear so you can sleep it off. It's over. We gonna move on.
Monty, I just remember that draft when we had just the second round pick, and we needed a running back, and I was scouting
for him.
Backs. Remember, I was sitting at an airport at TGI Fridays in an airport, just like waiting for my plane, scouting running backs. And I came across David Montgomery, and he did the little Walter Payton juke move. And I fell in love with him. It was like a sweep going to the sideline for the corner of the end zone touchdown. And he did the little Walter Payton one-handed juke move. And I was, I love this guy. And then they drafted him. And I remember that being one of the first picks I can remember in a long time, that the Bears actually drafted the guy that I wanted. So this is, my own personal experience. And so I fell in love with him. And everyone said that he's not explosive. He's not explosive with speed, but he is explosive in how he attacks the game. And that's what I've always loved about him. So it kind of irritates me when people say he's not an explosive back. No, he's not. He's not a 4.3 40 guy, But when you come at him, he's going to explode at you with everything he has and get 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 more yards out of it. And that's what I love about Monty.
Shorty,
So
who
that's why
was the guy number 24 that
hold
came
on,
before
finish,
Monty?
and I'm almost done. And that's why it hurts me to see him go, PJ, because I feel the same way, kind of like you probably do in that regard. Sorry, Nomad, go ahead.
Who was the guy that we had number 24 right before Monty got here?
Went to Philadelphia.
Jordan Howard.
Okay, didn't everybody feel pretty much the same way about him?
All up in their feelings.
Okay. All I'm saying is
hard yards too.
Okay, all I'm saying is
not as much as Monty though.
Okay. Granted, man, I will give everybody that. I appreciate it all, and I apologize if I sound callous because I'm a Monty fan. But we have a different regime in here that has a different value system for what they see for a fit for their scheme. Monty is a really good fucking running back. He's going to be really good in fucking Detroit. As long as they got an offensive line, he will flourish. We're obviously looking for a running back that can smash and hit a home run. Right. Monty didn't have the breakaway and long speed that they were looking for, and they chose not to pay him the money he was looking for. All we got to do is say, that's okay with us. We're good with it, and we can be okay with that. That's what the fan base needs to do, and just move on.
You're 100% correct, Nomad. I mean, it's just a love thing, like I just described. That's all. But this team I think would be better served with a running back that's more for this offense for sure.
Yeah, I think what Shorty is saying. I mean, I agree with what Shorty's saying. I understand why we moved on from Monty, not wanting to pay him that $6 million. I get that, and there are parts of me that even agree with that. But because of the things that I saw him bringing to the team, that's what I'm going to miss. But I mean, I understand why he's gone, but I still want to miss what he brought. I mean, it's not saying that, oh, I wish Poles wouldn't have done it. I get it. I mean, it's a business. Okay, I get it. But I'm still going to miss him because, man, that dude was a beast. I mean, I truly enjoyed watching him. So to not have that no more, I'm going to miss it, but I get it. I mean, hopefully we can draft a guy who will be 10 times better.
What do you guys think about what do you guys think about using like a 4th rounder? I think we got picked like 130 or 135 or something. There's a bunch of guys in that area that might be like. I'll name a couple of my guys.
Yeah.
For running back, 4th rounder, Chase Brown, Eric Gray, Kenny McIntosh. What do you think? You guys know anything about any of those guys? Have you seen any tape on them?
Brown's good. He's good at everything with pass blocking.
Seen them all.
Brown's really good at it.
What do you think of Eric Gray, Nomad?
Eric Gray is
Oklahoma. Eric Gray.
Okay, you about to show some tape here?
No, I don't have it.
No, I thought Shorty was about to.
No, just some pics here.
You don't have the tape.
No.
Eric. Here's a problem with tape. If you play tape, all of a sudden you get copyright shit, and I don't want to.
You don't need to. You don't need to do that. To me, based on, and I've said this 100,000 times, the first back I'm looking at, as far as explosiveness and being able to hit a home run. I don't know if he's there in that round. I don't think he's there in that round at all. It's fucking Kendrick Miller. I think he's the most explosive big back that you can find in there that can stand up in pass protection and can actually hit a home run. He's 220 right now, standing up. He's 220. He can fill a hole, and he can also juke and make one move and hit the home run. That guy is something different, but when he gets in the league and he starts hitting those those Dalvin Cook type numbers with whatever team he goes on to, you'll see what I'm talking about. This dude is something else.
He's gonna get 40 times.
There's a bunch of little guys that you would like to see on your team, but can they hold up in the passing game is the question. bunch of guys like A-Chain and Jahmyr Gibbs. I would love to see him on this team, but Jahmyr Gibbs has to be a guy
too early
in pass protection, and so that's what you got to consider when you draft these guys.
Look at this, guys. We have pick 9. We have two second rounders. Oh, what the hell, you sucker! 2 second rounders.
I didn't name Kendre Miller because he's probably going to go in the late 3rd. I mean, I'm not sure, but that's,
yeah.
Him and Tajay Spears are right in the same area.
Tell me, he's that shit, man.
Man, if Spears is in the 3rd, if Spears is at 64, I'd take him too.
What?
We have twice as many picks as Poles started out with last year, and he more than doubled his picks. So what happens? What is he going to do with this? Is my question. This is what excites me. He's going to be, well, we're missing 2 3rd rounds and we're missing 2 5th rounds, and we don't have a 6th. So let's get 2 more 6th, then we can have 2 picks in every round. Kind of a thing is where I think he's going.
Well, right now we have 10 picks going into this draft. I'm going with the over that we come out with more than 10 players.
I say we're coming out with 15.
25.
We haven't done a 17 round draft since the 60s, man.
What if this thing about this scenario, guys, is just I would love to see everything you guys are saying. Foster and Triple R said we can come out with better, a whole bunch more. However, there is a real possibility that they may move up to try to get a guy that they think might not be there if they sit there at 9. And that's a real possibility. They may have their eyes on 4 or 5 guys that may not be there at 9, and they don't want to miss them. So let's just say if they're at 7, and 7 looks like, I don't know who's at 7, but 7 looks like a team
Raiders
may get your guy. So what would you be willing to give up to get up to 7? Is it a player? Is it a pick? Is it a pick or 2? You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing. I said we got 10 picks. Granted, we may move up and give up some picks, but I still got the over. We come out with more than 10 picks.
Oh, no question.
Because later down, he's going to trade back and get more capital.
Yep. In the 5th, 6th rounds, he's going to trade back and get more.
I don't even know what to say to you, Nomad, about that, because the thing I'm looking at with moving up is those picks in the 20 to 40 range, and then again in like the 30 to 70 range is where a lot of the guys I'm talking to, you're going to get a ton of value there, and there might be some sleepers in that area. There usually is. So I'm thinking more because we got such a big gap from 9 to 53.
Yeah.
I'm saying Poles might move up there to the late 30s to 40s to grab somebody. I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at approximate where they're saying these guys are going to go.
Okay.
So I see a couple guys that he might possibly want to move up 15 or 20 picks to grab because they are not going to be there at 53 or 61 or 64. They're just not.
Okay, Foster. What if he has
first round? I don't know. Picking 7. Go ahead.
Okay. What if he's got his? What if say Poles guy has his eyes and Flus has his eyes on? We need to. I think Braxton has shown us that he can play at a tackle spot. He can play left tackle, but I think he has the smarts and he has the wherewithal to move to the right if we need him to, and we need to draft our left tackle right fucking now and put him in place. And let's say Paris Johnson is that guy, and let's say they're sitting at 9, and number 7 is looking like they need a left tackle. Is there a possibility that they move up and give up a little something to get there?
You don't think Jones is as good as him? Jones is as good as him.
I think Braxton Jones is not good enough to play left tackle right now, full time. I think he needs the strength below the waist to get better. He's bull rush.
I move back and I take Broderick Jones.
Now, he's sloppy, man. He is really all the Georgia tackles are sloppy on tape. Every last
who do you
one.
like your tackle on, man?
I like Paris Johnson. I like Carter Warren for sure. I love him, those two guys, and I love Anton Harrison.
Is Paris Johnson athletic enough? I know he's big.
Oh, fucking yeah. He's perfect. He is absolutely perfect. And I love Carter Warren, but Paris Johnson fits everything.
Can he play right side?
Who?
Paris Johnson.
Yeah.
Take him at 9. I'd be okay with that.
Hell yeah, he can play right side.
Correct.
Take him at 9.
Correct. That dude, you could probably teach him to play center, and he'd be a great center. Paris. He could play any position, I think.
I don't want the chat to kill me. I love Braxton Jones. What I'm saying about Braxton Jones is he doesn't have the weight to anchor on the left side where the defense plays their most dominant defensive end on that side of the ball. He doesn't have the power to anchor yet. I haven't seen an offensive left tackle get strong enough in one off season to be able to do that. If he does, I will fucking admit it. Yes, I would apologize.
But now Carter Warren is projected to be a 6th rounder. Is he a left tackle that's going to come in and start and be better than Braxton Jones? And then we're going to fuck with Braxton Jones by moving him to the right side?
I don't give a fuck who's projecting what. Everybody is putting those projections out there. I don't give a fuck who's saying what. I seen that guy on tape. He's legit on the left or the right side. And in series, I've seen that guy switch from back to left tackle to right tackle. It doesn't matter. He plays them both equally. That dude is valuable. I don't care who's projecting what.
How high would you take him?
Year. What's that?
How high would you take him?
Whenever I can get him.
Well, I mean, like at 9 or 16 or first round?
If Paris Johnson's gone, I'm probably grabbing him. If I need a left or right tackle.
I don't know. Braxton Jones graded out really good in the season. I like him. I'd just keep him there. I think he did well enough to earn a second year at left tackle. It's not like he was completely getting annihilated by everybody who bull rushed him. That was just his weakest part of his game.
Towards the end of the year, yes, everybody did, bro. Everybody.
Well, because they realized that was his weak spot, so they all exploited it.
Yep. They got at him, man. I'm telling you, towards the end of the year, that's what they did. They started off with the speed, and then they went right to power and pushed him right back to the quarterback.
But now if he's fixing that and he has all those other attributes that he had, he's good, right?
If he fixed it. If he's strong enough to anchor on the left side, then he's a great left tackle. He's probably one of the better left tackles in the league. But I have never, and I will be correct, and I will come on here on live and tell you guys that I was wrong. I've never seen a guy be able to do that in one offseason. It's taken 2 years, 3 years for guys to be able to get that kind of lower body strength. They were directly pushing him right back into the quarterback, and there was nothing. He doesn't have the bottom. He doesn't have the ass to do it.
But Nomad, isn't it normally the right side defensive end that's the speed rusher, and the more power for defensive end is on the left side, being the right side of our offensive line?
Right side going towards your eyes moving forward. What are you talking about, left or right?
Okay, for our left tackle, he will be facing the right defensive end, who is normally the smaller, faster guy.
Exactly.
So that anchoring that you're talking about, while it's important, he's not facing the bigger of the linemen. He's probably, in all honesty, facing maybe the weakest but the fastest defensive lineman.
So there's where that's where a lot of guys, those tweener guys, like let's just throw a name out here right now. What do you think of Justin Houston? Would you call him a speed rusher or a power rusher? Or
I think he's more power now. I think once upon a time he was probably more speed.
So let's just say a guy like that can get around you really fast. He can still, at 30-something years old, get right around your ass and get right to the quarterback. Can he not?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He can also, if the offensive tackle catches him, he can also blast your ass right back to the quarterback. He's got the power to do it, right?
Right.
And so there are a lot of defensive ends that have that kind of capability that troubles Braxton Jones.
But the point I'm making is if normally
Nicholas,
that right tackle or the right defensive end being normally the faster and the more lighter of the defensive lineman, if we move Braxton to that right tackle, he's going to be facing even bigger defensive ends who's going to bull rush him even more so than the speed guy would.
I think I'll push back in just this way. I think modern defenses just move their guys around so much that I don't really know if it matters. I mean, you watch Nick Bosa, he'll rush you from the center, right guard, he'll go to left end, whatever. I mean, whatever the scheme is. That in base, yeah, you're right. Normally, your fastest and right. most dynamic pass rusher will be above your left tackle, which is why they make all the money. Right, and protects the blind side. But modern times, who knows? I don't think it's early 2000s. I don't think it's 90s football anymore. But I agree.
I gotta pop out, guys. I'll be right back.
All right, but now continuing on offensive line and right tackle specifically, the Kellen Deesh, the offensive lineman right tackle that was on the practice squad all last season, would he be in a better position to assume like a battle for that starting right tackle spot as opposed to a rookie coming in?
No. I don't think we have a right tackle. I just think it's all bad.
The thing with Deesh, so I did a mock draft after the first round was complete last year, and there's 4 guys that I picked that are on the Bears right now, including Washington, the cornerback and the safety. Kellen Deesh was one of them, and Sanborn was the other one that I drafted in my mock the night after the first round. Kellen Deesh, they're hoping they can make him into a right tackle, but he's probably going to end up a guard somewhere. He's got a problem with arm length and a few other things that I was reading about and looking into. Because he looked great in college at a tackle
Isn't he
spot.
light?
Yeah, that's another problem too. He's a little on the light side to be playing tackle, but that can probably be corrected because he's 6'3" or something like that. But that's no guarantee. And then who else do we got? Because they're talking about this in the chat. Alex Leatherwood, Kellen Deesh. I'm missing somebody.
Oh, and there's one more.
Dieter Iceland.
Dieter Iceland and Michael Neese.
Maybe that's the guy. Iceland can play either guard position or center. I still want to see more of him. If you look at the preseason from last year, he was our second best lineman. I can't say in the games because they didn't have him playing that much. There's got to be a reason for that. But also, Poles gave him a nice little raise this year and brought him back.
Yeah.
He's only been a center. He's only been a center for a year and a half. Go ahead.
To answer that question in the chat, I think Shorty just did it. It was Zach Thomas that got poached from us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the guy.
Yeah, he was. But Deesh, didn't we get Deesh from was it Indy?
No, he was a rookie from San Diego, I think, San Diego University or someplace over.
But somebody else.
No, he was drafted, and then they released him, and we picked him up immediately.
Yeah, wasn't that from Indy?
So because I could see what Poles was trying to do there. He's like, okay, man, this guy has got everything except his biggest problem is weight and arm length. But I still think our coaches can make him a right tackle. I mean, I'm just going on theory in my head again.
Yeah.
So that's why they grabbed him, and he's still on our roster right now.
Right.
I've been talking about that all day during the presser. I'm like, well, what's going on with Dieter Iceland and Jatiri Carter and Kellen Deesh?
Yeah.
And Leatherwood and Borum. What is going on? Is there anything we don't know? Is one of these guys already on that offensive line and we don't know it? Is Dieter Iceland going to be a left starting guard next year?
Jatiri Carter.
Jatiri Carter. That's I said at the beginning, right after the draft last year, I stated this on one of these shows that by the end of the 22-23 season, Braxton Jones and Jatiri Carter would be starting on our line. I got 1 out of 2. That ain't bad. But Jatiri Carter, I put it in a chat today. I'm like, dude, I still got a feeling that this guy is going to end up being a guard on our team in the very near future.
I agree.
Just because that was like, I love Zach Thomas, but Poles he had the choice. It was either Carter or Thomas. He let Thomas go.
Seems like
why did he let Thomas go? Because he sees what Carter can be, or he's gonna be.
It seems like Carter's the unkept secret, or he's like the secret player on the team. We're like, we got that side filled, so don't worry about that. But we don't know that yet because there's only a few of us that think about him, right?
Yep. So I'm even wrong with Deesh. He's got the weight, 305, 6'7". It's his arm length, I think. He's got like 32.5-inch arms or something. But I think the right guys, and there's not a lot of them, the right guys can play tackle with those shorter arms because they make up for it with their footwork and body placement. There's not a lot of them. There's probably, I think Gabriel was talking about, there's maybe 2 or 3 of them in the league that got those arms that are less than 33 inches.
Right.
But you don't know. You never know, man.
And he's saying they normally about 6'6" or 6'7". But to your point with Carter, I think it's interesting that Carter, although he never started a game, he was never placed on the practice squad. He was always on the active roster.
Right.
So I think there is a plan for Carter. How soon that plan come to play, I don't know, but I think there's definitely a plan for him.
My biggest problem is none of them played over Barroom, and he was really bad. He was a liability all year long.
But now, to go with that, if you think Poles was trying to lose and develop guys on the low, that's a different story.
Right.
Well,
I don't think he was.
I thought the same thing, especially when you remember at the season, because the defense was playing pretty damn good the first 5, 6, 7 weeks. Do you remember that?
Right.
Go back and look. Go back and look at our defense the first 6, 7, 8 weeks of the season. Look at the numbers. And then all of a sudden, Roquan was gone, and then Quinn was gone, and boy, did our defense really suck. And I'm looking at, well, why don't we try this guy or this guy, even with the defense? And it was like they I hate to say it, but it was like they were tanking in my eyes. And I'm going, nah, Poles don't tank. We're the Bears. We don't tank ever. I don't care if we won. When I was a kid, man, the Bears would be like 2-7, and they'd never. Every team that came into Chicago always said, "Man, the Bears suck," but they sure beat the fuck out of us for the last 10 years. So that's the mentality I got with the Bears.
It was kind of suspect when I don't remember specifically which game, but we were rolling on offense. Justin Fields was throwing the ball, and then all of a sudden we changed the game plan. And it's like, what the fuck's going on? Are we not trying to win? And obviously the answer, I guess, is no.
You guys actually think Poles is trying to tank? What?
You can tank non-purposely.
Could you imagine being the backup right tackle and every offensive lineman and every practice squad member knows you're better than the starter, but they're not playing you? That would not work. That would not work. There's no way that they were trying to tank. They were just bad.
But I get what you're saying there, Foster, is you can tank non-purposely. Just call the right plays that won't work. Next thing you know, you lose the game. I'm not saying
they did enough of that.
But yeah, it's possible.
But the thing is,
I don't know.
Mad at it, depending on the position we're in now, are we really mad if he was trying? And if he was trying, that's another feather in his cap.
It doesn't really matter at this point.
That means nothing because it's past. What happens from today on is what matters.
Exactly. And this is
the last week. The last week has been fucking great, huh?
The last 2 weeks have been great.
Let's go, baby.
That's that.
Tank City from Matt Kudrow.
Poles, man. He's a bright dude.
That's my guy,
He's
Matt.
A young man.
I like.
He's bright. He's doing this shit, yo. He's building this thing like we would build it if we were building an actual team. He's looking at the value. He's not trying to blow all his money. He's good in scouting. He's good in negotiations with players. He's good in negotiations with other teams because he was like, yo, Panthers, I'm going to need those picks and DJ Moore up off you. What's up? And we got that
amazing.
shit, yo.
Yeah.
Amazing.
How much gamemanship or with Poles giving certain information in this press conference, do you think he could possibly be saying misleading things to get teams to not think that he's looking at like a tackle in the draft? Pretend like he's looking for a tackle, in actuality, go after a guard? Do you think he would do things like that, saying, oh, I'm thinking about Davis to left guard and Whitehair to center and looking at a right tackle?
Yeah, I wouldn't put any of that past him. I'm sure he's going to do whatever he can to get an advantage.
I think if he's doing that, he's doing it the smart way, not where it's a total appearance. And some of the stuff he's not saying out loud, but he's saying in his damn head. I mean, I do it all the time, dude. I'm sorry, I do.
But
I don't know. That's just speculation.
Also, but he's saying what we all want to hear. Every position, even left tackle, competition.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's true. I mean, to me, that's got to be. That's the best way to do anything.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I know if I'm drafting, if I'm looking at a particular position in the draft, I don't want the other teams know that that's the position I'm actually looking for. I mean, because that's one thing. That's one reason why you try to like get as many holes filled as you can in free agency. Then they'll never know. But if you got a glaring hole at right tackle, which it appears like we have, it seems to me that that's too obvious for us to go after a right tackle because he never addressed it. So if I want people to think that I'm going after a right tackle, that'll leave in a guard open for me if that's really what I want.
Well, it's all about the trenches, building through the draft. He's done exactly what he said thus far. Every team knows he's going to build through the trenches in the draft because that's our obvious need for this team. And we don't have any other way of filling it. So it's just about who he's taking and where.
Unless there's a corner safety on the build, then he's taking them.
Did y'all cuss me out when I was gone, man? Did y'all cuss me out?
Yeah, but wait. Talking so much shit about you, Nomad.
Yeah, dude, you son of a bitch, Nomad. You son of a bitch. No, I'm kidding.
Man, I talked about your bad, Nomad.
That's some bullshit.
I talked about your bad, man.
You're the cocksucker of the night. The cocksucker.
I had you out there on Skid Row.
Poles has the goals, and he's going to fill all the fucking holes.
There it is.
Yeah.
That's going to be a short, just so you know.
All right.
Mr. Shorty.
No, the other thing I was going to say too, real quick, was he's told us from day one he's going to build through the draft and start at the trenches.
Oh, I agree with that
start
part.
at the trenches. He's actually built it from the back up on the defensive end.
Yeah, see,
whether he wanted to or not.
I'm just wondering because of that glaring hole, which appears to be at right tackle. Seems to me that
we probably have the worst starting right tackle in football right now. I'll be honest with you. I mean, he might be the worst starting right tackle in the league.
And that's what I'm saying. So if I was Poles, I would pretend like, okay, I'm making it seem like I really need a right tackle, when in actuality, in my mind, I'm thinking like I'm going to have Jenkins as my right tackle because I'm going to go grab me a left guard.
You're going to bring it back to Jenkins somehow.
I mean, but I'm going to get the best fucking left guard I can find because I'm looking for a right tackle.
But in that
what I'm saying is, I mean, because
in the first round, are you really concerned about what Poles is going to do, or are you concerned about who you want to pick?
Well, what I'm thinking though, if they really believe he's going to go after a right tackle, a team behind us may move up to try to get in front of us to get like a Paris Johnson or whatever other right tackle may be there. That's what I'm saying. So if you're making it so obvious that you want this, that you're looking for a right tackle like he's doing, that to me doesn't seem like a Poles move to me. That he's going to make it seem so obvious and so glaring that he's going to have this red beacon light that, oh, look, guys, I'm going after a right tackle.
Well, but the thing is, in his press conference, you know, he basically said that we cannot fill all the holes on this team this season. He already stated that he wants to upgrade cornerback. We know that we may want to look at running back. We know that we may want to look at one of these athletic tight ends. We may want to look at a center. We may want to look at guard. We may want to look at right tackle. You know, we may look at any place on the D line. That flexibility, and nobody fucking knows. And they can only spend so much time worrying about it because they're trying to do their own shit. And, you know, it just depends on how it flows. It's like, you know, going into the draft and maybe like, yeah, I'm going D tackle first round no matter what. And then the way the draft comes, it's like, oh shit, let me go ahead and grab this cornerback real quick. You know, it's just a fluid, flexible situation.
Okay, Triple R. Hold on, you guys. Just give me this one. Just give me this one. I just want the chat, and I want you guys on this panel to just kind of look at this picture that I see. I see a team with a general manager who is there to get the groceries for the head coach. Am I correct? Yes or no? He's there to get the groceries, right? He's there to go get them. Okay. So let's just say in this round, defense won. The head coach got what he wanted. He wanted his linebackers, and he said they're apex predators at the linebacker spot in this free agency that we got to have. There's no apex predators at end. There's no apex predators at D3 tech, and I agree with that. There's no apex predators there. But at linebacker, they got the dudes. Okay, Flus, if we go that route, and I'm talking like I'm posed, if we go that route, say I give you that and we pay max dollars for those guys, and you get the designer linebackers that you want. These guys are the guys of your dreams. Don't say nothing to me if I go offensive line in the draft, because I think we need to get tackles for Justin. And so this is what I believe. I believe if Paris Johnson's not there, it's going to be Darnell Wright.
So what's your question for us?
What do you think? Based on what I just said.
I don't think Eberflus is really going to be upset if we take a lineman in the first, second round. You know, the best available guard / tackle, and then second round you take the best available center. I don't think Eberflus would be like raising hell. You can get a lot of talented defensive players in the third and fourth round.
You know, and my 2 cents is Eberflus is on record as having done scouting reports for every player. So Poles already knows going into draft night what his thoughts are on those players and where he stands on it. So, you know, he'll make the decisions as GM from there.
Okay, so after all the pizza, they sitting around, they ate all the pizza. Now they got cigars and they trying to figure it out, man. Hey, they trying to figure it out. If we don't get the 3 tech, if we don't get the end that we want at the value that we want, we need to. He gave Flus what he wanted defensively, what he chose defensively. Now it's Poles thinking, okay, I think this is what we need to do. I gave you what you wanted. I think we need to go here after that. And I think after that, I think it's going to be all defense. Whatever the choice is at 9, after that, I think it's going to be a mostly defensive draft.
I'd be okay with that.
I'm gonna play you're Nomad, you're Poles and I'm Eberflus, right?
Right.
Let's just go. Let's pretend this. So we're sitting there talking, and you tell me all this shit, and you get me, you know, the 2 guys with the linebackers, man. Awesome, dude, because now I got something. I can build the rest of that defense around these guys. I'm almost set in the back. My middle's fucking tits. Mm-hmm. I just got to get this line finished off. We can develop this. We're not going to get everybody I want this year. There's no way. So who is it? Matt Eberflus and Ryan Poles. So I'd say, hey, Ryan, you know what? If we come that far, You get me the pieces, and I'll make it work. You ever hear any of the stories about the '90s Dallas teams, man? Like that whole. You hear Jimmy Johnson was talking the other day about his offensive line in the '90s. That great fucking offensive line.
Late round picks.
They didn't get that overnight. They didn't build that overnight. That offensive line was 2 UDFAs, a 7th round pick, a 5th round pick, and a 3rd round pick, and it took them 2.5 years to put that together. And we're trying to make. We're expecting Poles to do this in like 16 months. Ain't gonna happen. But
I think
that's what I would say. I'd say,
saying?
Ryan, dude, good. I'll work with that. We'll get the rest of it next year, and then we're on, man. Then we're fucking on.
I'd say I just gave you your high dollar free agents. You got the linebackers that you chose, and they were great. These dudes are great. Awesome. Now I need to firm up some stuff on the other side of the ball, and we can get value between the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round on the defensive line as far as the tackles and the ends. We need to grab these guys in the trenches at a high point because they don't really exist after. You can get a Braxton Jones in the 5th round if you know what the fuck you're doing, but I think this guy early in the draft is perfect for what we want to do, whether we decide to move Braxton to the right or keep him at the left. This guy right here will be able to challenge both sides. And so I think we need to go in the trenches. And that's what I would tell you.
Nomad, I got a question for you.
Do it.
Nomad, how many receivers do you think are better than DJ Moore in the NFL?
In the NFL?
Mm-hmm. How many professional receivers? Where would you list him?
I top 7 as far as production.
7 to 10.
Yep.
7 to 10.
That's about what I have.
I wrote it down the minute we got him. That was my first comment.
Anybody in the chat got something for me? You can challenge me. I'm here. I'm here for it.
I think
Matt says 8th.
I think for some reason
Cliff Victoria says Moore is a top 12, maybe better with a fucking QB every game, the same one.
You can't.
I think we're drafting at least.
You can't find me 5 guys
offensive
that can
players
separate better than him. You can't find me 5 guys that can separate better than him.
Oh, his route running is pristine. And he's like a running back out there once he gets the ball. He's incredible at breaking tackles.
How much better is he going to make Justin Fields is the question.
The real question is, how much better does he immediately make Claypool and Moody?
Right.
I think having Moody as your 3/2 with Claypool, moving those guys around your slot and your Y, I think that is just leaps and bounds better than having Moody and Claypool out there on the end. What?
You see their picture floating around?
Yeah, with the jerseys, the basketball
game.
Yes. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, Shorty. I think he makes Fields better.
Let's be honest with each other.
I agree.
And let's avoid trying to argue with each other, and let's just give it a flat fucking answer and not be vague with it. Let's just be straight on the board.
You have Jerry Jeudy.
Give me a letter grade. Give me a letter grade for Ryan Poles at this point.
Oh shit! A.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
2.
A. I got to give him an A too, dude.
Solid A.
I would have never thought he was going to pull all this shit off. I expected a lot, but I didn't expect this.
Hold on.
I really
PJ
didn't.
Quiet as fuck, man. What's happening?
I'd say A minus.
Oh hell no! That's a slight. That's a slight right there, man. Let's put him on the board.
He's just being a homer. That's all. Let him get
hold on.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Solo the screen on PJ. Let's put PJ.
Hold on.
Big ass screen right there.
Did Nomad just say we're not going to debate about it?
No. You said A minus. Give me your minus. I want to see that.
My minus.
Hey, we got some B.
My minus is we did not address the 3 technique or the defensive end.
Did we have to?
We kind of did 3.
I think we did. We signed Walker from.
We got a rotational guy.
I don't think we signed it. I don't think we addressed it with starter quality at either position. Had we found a starter at a defensive end or defensive tackle at one of those positions, I probably would have gave him a solid A. But because we didn't, I mean, I understand we got rotational players, but with I think we only got one defensive tackle, or two now, two defensive tackles, or three on the roster, where we only had for a while there just Justin Jones. So for us not to have a quality starter at either defensive end or defensive tackle, that's why he gets an A-.
So pardon my French, you saying shit ain't happening fast enough for you.
No, I'm just saying that I think in free agency, you should at least got us a starter at one of those positions.
What
I just feel that if he did that, Peach, it wouldn't be financially responsible. We would have overpaid for that stuff, man.
That's right.
I agree.
So,
but that's what
I hear what you're saying, man. I got you, and I understand that.
Right.
Again, and I said this: we ain't gonna fix this in one or two drafts.
Okay, let me help
one or two off seasons. We're just not.
Let me help you out. Let me help Foster out right quick. I think what they said, based on the decisions that they made, there was not a dominant 3-tech in free agency. There was not a dominant defensive end in free agency. However, there was 2 dominant linebackers in free agency, and they grabbed them.
Extremely.
That's what I think this said to everybody. And you can debate me if you want to, but that's what I saw.
Oh no, I'm not going to debate you. I'm just trying to see if I said F. Did I say F or did I say A-?
Hey, we got some
your guys. You wanted your guys, and they didn't get them, and that's why you're gonna give them a slight. Just tell the truth.
No. I'm just saying that because, like I said, I just thought we should have been able to do something better. I mean, that's what I said. A-. I mean, you still got an A.
True. Who gave somebody in the chat gave him a D?
Who?
Probably
Who?
ACATM. Oh no, wait, maybe I read that wrong. Sorry.
I'm about to say I got
to say we could still trade for Buckner. I read that wrong, man.
Hey guys, I gotta pull out for a second, man. I gotta help out the old lady. I'm sorry.
Dude, okay, you just do what you gotta do. It's more important.
I'm gonna bring up a subject that we didn't cover like every position group, but nobody's talking about the elephant in the room. Eddie Jackson. He does not like to come downhill with bad intentions. And there are safeties in this draft that like to come downhill with bad motherfucking intentions for the ball carriers. Eddie's getting near 30 years old. He's coming off of a foot injury, and he's expensive. What say you?
I didn't pay Eddie Jackson to come downhill. And I think he was one of the best open field tacklers on the roster this year.
I think that Eddie will still be around this year, and Brisker is that guy to come downhill because Eddie is playing that center fielder role to where that's where he's best at. I think at the salary he's making, I think he got make one more year with us, then he's going to be gone. But I still think he'll be here this year. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, we're going on almost 4 hours here.
That's because we're fucking insane.
You guys are fucking awesome.
Wait, Shorty, time out real quick. Before we go any further, once again, I put up my Bears flag and shit, put on my shirt and a hat, because Shorty texted me, was like, yo, C-Dub, C-Dub, right? Chris Watts. He's trying to come to America, you know what I'm saying? Just help a brother out. So, hit up the tip jar and, bring the man to America. As long as he got his papers and his shots and all that good shit, he should be good.
Thank you so much, Triple R.
I'll buy him some shots when he's here, man.
Right?
Work.
So will I.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait. How does a former drug addict alcoholic buy shots?
I don't drink them. I'll get them for you guys.
Oh, okay. Sound good.
Or I'll just buy him his shots, like the to get on the plane. Whatever. I'm fucking around, man.
But it's all good. I mean, it's love. It's the bar room. Everybody's family. Know each other's names and shit. Cuss everybody out. Never seen anybody in person. You know, so hook everybody up and look out. You know, that's just wanted to get that in there real quick.
But give us your best Chris Watts impersonation.
I already got me shots, mate. What the fuck?
Hold on, here we go.
You fucking wanker.
You fucking wanker there.
Fucking wanker, Chris Watts.
When you're talking about yourself, you have to say me. What me? I can't do it.
I'm gonna listen to a bunch of Chris Watts because then the next time I'm on with him, dude, I'm just gonna do him the whole show.
I hope you can do it. I hope you can do it because I feel like when I talk in private to my wife, when I try to speak with his accent, I can do it perfectly. But then I get on the show and I'm like, I feel like I'm speaking like an Irishman or something. I just can't do it. He's got the most awesome accent. I love it.
Ah, Shorty, you smell like a dead cow in the warm sun. You need some Irish spring.
You have to watch the Irish Bear show for that one because they're all fucking Irish as hell over there.
I like those guys, man.
They're funny, man. I love that. I can only listen to so much because I walk around talking Irish the rest of the day to my wife.
Oh, those lads, eh?
I'd love some carrots and some potatoes for dinner, darling. Thank you very much.
I tell you, Daz Newsome, he's going to be Hall of Fame. That lad is great.
I've been talking like that on the job for like 40-something years, damn it.
Just drop your T's, Shorty. Thanks, Cliff.
We need to get the chat some love. I think we haven't been good to them today, man. Just start naming some of these guys because they're on there saying some great shit, and we are the fucking chat. That is what the greatest thing about this show is. The chat is on screen right now. Mm-hmm. We got to get Shorty off there, that fucking guy.
Get me the fuck up.
What up, Matt?
No.
Tony Moy. Cliff, you son of a bitch, you.
This is all about you.
Cliff Victoria, Zach Sullivan, Hair Bear's always on there. Matt, Carlos, AC Atom. Back at him.
What up, Derek?
Tony Moy.
Matt Kedger.
Joe Paradiso.
Bear Truth 9.
J. Rock.
Derek Carter. Where's Taurine tonight? How come Taurine's not out here, man?
Taurine got to work in the morning. It's too late for him.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Taurine donated some money, I think. Yeah, so he was here tonight.
What about Peel Will or P Will?
P Will?
Yeah, P Will.
And then also a shout out to everybody that's in the chat, but not actually chatting. Because I know a lot of times I have the content going while I'm doing dishes or not masturbating, but like showering or whatever.
You mean masturbating?
Come on, tell the truth, RR.
Okay, masturbating. To you, Shorty.
Well, occasionally.
Little
occasionally. Hey, the Tuesday night shows, man, you guys used to talk, and it would get my girlfriend horny. I love some of them Tuesday night shows because she would just take like, ooh, tight end. Ooh, this or that. So it was like awesome. I'm like, so on Tuesday nights, I just put the phone on next to the bed and just let you guys talk and just let her think. It was awesome, dude. It works out really good sometimes. I don't have to say a damn thing.
Wow.
Now she's looking at me.
There's a lot of people that be watching the show and don't even ever make a comment.
Right.
I've done it multiple times, man. I've listened to the whole show and not made a comment.
Lurkers.
Come back.
I love the lurkers, though.
I love the lurkers, too. They make it fun, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Sex life again.
Hey, Shorty, is that why you're trying to do the Irish or the English accent in the bedroom with the wife?
Yeah. Well, it was my anniversary last night, so I'm good. I'm good for like another couple
days. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. 10 years.
That's
10 years.
awesome.
We celebrate.
Congratulations.
I could never get I could never get a woman to stay with me longer than 2 years. It's like 2 years and then they leave. All of them.
My first wife was only 3. So
They take the kids and my money and they leave. It's every 2 years like fucking clockwork. It's like 12 lives, I think.
Damn.
Did somebody say Dan was in the chat?
I saw that, but I don't see Dan
No, Dan. Hold on.
McGuire. He's not in the chat. I haven't seen him.
No, not Dan Aguirre. Oh, I said Derek Carter.
Oh, okay.
Derek Carter. But you guys.
Yeah, I just went through and started reading all the names off from the bottom up that I could get on my other screen.
Speaking of the chat, J-Rock, I think Floose and Poles were also there looking at Skoronsky and the other Northwestern kids as well.
Yeah.
You know, Lake Forest is right down the street from Evanston, you know. Ain't no hurt.
Did you guys see Bryce Callahan's free agent right now?
I'm saving your question here, J-Rock, for when Nomad gets back.
They ran that the Chicago Bears guys ran the Northwestern Pro Day.
Yep.
Yeah,
that was on the news. I mean, they showed that.
What do you think about?
So you know they're looking at AA and Skronsky, and you never even know who else, man. Ryan Null could be like a 7th round running back, just to have.
Yeah.
That guy played. He looked pretty good in the Senior Bowl, if you remember that.
Yep.
What do you think about bringing?
And I'm just throwing. I'm just spitballing. There you go.
Adam Thielen would love it.
I think I would too. If he was like a 5.
Can we give a shout out to Zach Sullivan, Hair Bear, T. Will, J. Rock Clifford, Victoria, Matt Kedro. Yeah.
Matt Kedro's on it, definitely.
Matt
Bear
Hepler,
Truth
9.
Matt Hepler donated $100 tonight for the Chris Watts GoFundMe account. Thank you so much, Matt Hepler.
KCL, trusting Poles and Cunningham to get the O-line stuff figured out as they both played there.
What?
We got, I think Taurine donated another $19.99 to, and then $5 from Smithy.
Get that tip,
$20 from somebody else, but we've totaled $145 tonight for the Chris Watts GoFundMe account, which has been
that's cool. That's cool.
I would love to hear you guys because it's about time to sign up.
245, my friend. Add 100 to that. Whatever the total is, you add 100 tonight. That'll be on there in the morning.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you.
That's from the entire chat. It's not from me. That's from the entire chat. I shouldn't even have said shit. I hate to say shit. You just do shit and then God takes care of the rest, man.
I have one question saved for Nomad when it gets back, but until then, I would love to hear what you guys have to say. What are your thoughts about Chris Watts? And let's go around the clock here, starting with you, Foster, next to Triple R, down to Luke, and then to you, PJ. Give us your thoughts on Chris Watts. I mean, how awesome would it be to get this guy to Chicago to see a Bears game live in Soldier Field from Yorkshire, England?
I have told Chris personally that if he got here, if I could help him in any way, and that's including Aldo and I, we're probably live 15, 20 minutes from each other, okay?
Yeah.
So I've already stated, dude, if it's too much, I got 2 places he can stay anytime. I'll cover him on food and whatever I can do to help the guy when he's here. Since the first time I talked to him on this chat, every time we run across each other in any chat, the first thing he usually says is "What's up, Foster? Bareface, cup of coffee."
Yep.
Like every time I see him in a chat. We've been friends ever since we met on this chat. I probably got 10 friends. Matter of fact, PJ, you're one of the first guys I started talking to, man. We started talking, I don't know, a couple of years ago, dude.
Yes, sir.
You've always got good shit to say. I've
Thank
seen
you,
you around too, Luke. I've seen you guys on the chat. I pay attention to shit. It may not seem like it because, I got some problems up here, but we're good.
I love your profile pic, though.
Oh, man, the 40-year-old, that was from 1981, dude.
Wow, okay.
Kind of just left it up. I had hair once.
As far as Chris, I've never met the man personally, as none of us have. Well, unless we have, but just the dedication and the love that he has, for this team and for this organization to be so fucking far away and to be on top of it the way he is, it's just that love. And I feel that and I respect that. And, just to be able to look out for somebody else, that's a good thing. You pass it forward. And so if we can bring C-Dub, over domestic, let them check out the Bears, let them eat some food, get some Harold's, maybe some Uncle Remus, whichever. Go to Jewtown, Polish, cheeseburger, pork chop, and get hungry and shit. But yeah, the pizzas, all the Chi-Town foods, because he's over there in England with all that boiled potatoes and all that. You know what I'm saying? It's good if you ain't got no money and shit. But like if you want some flavor, that ain't nothing. So go ahead and hit the tip jar, and bring the brother over, just look out.
Man, I appreciate those kind words, Triple R. Thank you, man.
We're gonna give him a heart attack eating this shit.
I told him just when you get here, just get a visa and stay. Just don't go back.
Is he married?
No.
Well, I mean, doesn't that work for white people?
I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. I can't.
Probably Triple R. Probably.
I think so. If you brown or black,
Dude, I'm
a little different. But if you got
I'm white.
If you got the complexion for the protection, you all good.
I'm an old white guy, and marriage has never worked for me.
Well, marriage is different than immigration.
Oh, okay.
What is happening?
I could definitely hang out with you guys, man, all of you.
Oh my God, I cannot. I was supposed to be at that last barroom event, Foster, and I would have met you, but my wife was sick the day before. We had to come a day late, so I'm sorry that I missed it because I was looking forward to meeting you and a bunch of others, and it'll happen this next year. I promise you. That's why we're trying to get Chris Watts here for that too. So
they plan on doing that every year, the meetup thing.
Yeah.
I think it's been going on for a few years.
I wasn't too good there, dude, because I was kind of in the middle of a heart attack the whole time I was there and didn't realize it.
Oh, damn.
Wow. Yeah, I'm sitting here. God's good.
Word.
Yeah. Clear.
Hey, Cliff, can your wife get a buddy pass? If she can't get tickets, what's up with the buddy passes? Or if anybody got like family or friends who work for an airline, that could be a large portion of the cost to bring him over here. If you can get like those buddy passes or like a discount like that, you know what I'm saying? Hit up Aldo or Shorty, with the email across the scroll at the bottom. Maybe you could help like that if you can't, hit the tip jar.
I'm glad you brought that up. I got to ask a few people I know that work at O'Hare. Didn't even think of that.
Oh, well, there you go. And
yep.
I'll put the banner down here again. If you DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com, you email.
I locked you in, dude.
Appreciate you, man. You guys have been an absolutely freaking awesome show tonight, and seriously, every one of you guys know that you are welcome back on anytime that you want, because we've already seen Triple R, Luke, PJ back. I mean, Foster, I think you've been the star of the show tonight, so you're welcome back anytime too, my friend.
Foster
takes a whole group.
It
takes
does.
a whole group, man.
It does.
I didn't do shit. It was all God's fault.
Hey, don't blame me.
Now he's mad at me.
I think we might have to leave the show without Nomad because we're going on 4 hours and it's getting a little late for everybody. But you guys, I just want to say my piece about Chris Watts before we sign off. Chris Watts is someone that I saw on the Barroom Network before I even knew he was doing a show. And he always had great things to say. He made me very interested in what he had to say. And then seeing that he was from Yorkshire, England, just really, I had a million questions for him, right? And let me just make myself the star of the conversation here. So I started Bears Country Podcast, my own podcast, in July of last year, and it kind of transpired into me now doing on the Barroom exclusively. But Chris was one of my first guests on Bears Country Podcast, and I challenged him with having him trying to talk like a Chicagoan and me trying to talk like him. And we had a little bit of fun with it. And he did a much better version of talking like a Chicagoan than I did talking like a Brit. So kudos to him. But we became good friends. And I know he's been going through a lot of stuff with his father passing. And Chris and I try to talk once a week in video chat. And he's become a really good friend of mine. And he made me learn that the 85 Bears are what started the NFL rush of the NFL, or the rush in the NFL, I should say, in Europe. The 85 Bears guys. And that's what started it. Just like it's what started for many of us. Foster, I was only 11 when that happened, and my parents weren't into football, and that's what got me into football, because my parents were excited about that shit, even though they didn't give a damn. And it got me as a young boy, young lad, young mate, as Chris would say, into becoming a Bears fan. And Chris is around the same age as I, and so we've kind of connected and made a great bond, and we're mates for life now. And so I could not make a GoFundMe for him, because I know that he doesn't have the ability to come to the United States. I know that from being a friend of his and talking with him privately. And so I started this GoFundMe for him to try to get him to Chicago, to a Bears game. And I have tickets. I have access to tickets at like literally the third row on the 30-yard line visitor side. And they are great seats. And I can get them for face value from a good friend. I'm probably going to make a commercial for him because he owns his own business and he deserves it because he's a good friend. In fact, I met him because he is the reason why I met my wife. So let's just say that. So I just want to say that I love Chris Watts, and I think that him coming to the United States to check off a bucket list item to see the Bears play in Soldier Field would be the most amazing thing that I think anyone could give any gift to any friend who is nothing other than a Bears fan like Chris. Chris is the same as you and I, everyone here in chat, the whole reason why this show exists. I know I'm long-winded, but I'm going to end it with this. Anything that you can do, $5, $2, $3, if we can help get Chris Watts to Chicago to see the Bears play, you will help check off the number one bucket list on his entire life. And if we can do that, I would be so grateful to all of you. And I know you would all feel the...
Hello?
What happened to him?
I think he had to take a moment. I think he got a little overcome with emotion because he's telling this man, he's become like simpatico with this dude he's never met. That's some emotional shit right there. And
Right.
so if I can, continue to, if I may be so bold as to what he was saying, it's like just hit up the tip jar.
Sorry.
Just help bring this man back. I mean, that's what's up. You back, Shorty?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just talking and my finger hit the button.
And we understand the emotions. It's all good. Just continue. Go ahead.
But I'm just saying, my love for Chris Watts it goes deep, and I believe that he should come to the United States to see the Bears play. And I would love if you guys could donate whatever you possibly could. $2, $1, $5, $20. Thank you, Matt Kepler, to $100 donation. Amazing. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut myself off by. I probably should have though, but I appreciate you all coming on here tonight. Much love. Seriously, last parting words for you guys. Go ahead.
Let's get him to the States. Let's go. Let's do it. Chicago, Windy City, in prime January because we're going to be in the playoffs. Let's give him to a playoff game, a home playoff game,
like November-ish. We're thinking that, yeah, that'd be good. Perfect weather, right?
Yeah, nice and terrible.
We were there for the Dolphins game. It was beautiful last year.
Yeah.
Anything else, guys? Last parting words?
Hey, thanks for having me on. I love everybody in the chat. I did went through the same thing 2 years ago, man. You guys in the bar room, and it's a ton of you guys in the chat there. It helped me when I was going through a tough time, and this was something that got me out of the biggest problem I got, which is my own mind, and got me through some really tough times. So I really appreciate this program being on the air, man. And I don't know if you remember this, Shorty. I don't know when it was. It might have been when you were still doing the Bears Country podcast. But whenever you brought up about bringing Chris Watts over here, I think I said, yeah, we're going to make that happen. And we are going to make that happen. I don't know when or how, but we're going to make that happen. So thanks for everybody for putting up with my shit. Thanks, Nomad, Aldo, Dan, Triple R,
KB.
Luke, KC, KB, PJ. I'm lost, man. I'm getting tired. Been up since like 6. Everybody sleep tight and don't let the bed bugs bite. Stay safe. Have a great fucking week.
I think that's a great way to end this.
Until next. Let me say my final words.
Oh, please do, PJ.
Everybody.
All right. First of all, I want to say thank you, Shorty, for inviting on once again. I truly appreciate it. You're a wonderful host, and I love the way you conduct the open mic to allow us all to be able to voice our opinion. So I truly appreciate that. Thank you also to Nomad for interacting with us and getting involved with the chat. I know a lot of us have been in the chat for a long time and had different opinions going along, and this platform gives us an opportunity to really speak our minds and to be able to interact with the guys in the chat while we're on the podcast ourselves is pretty awesome. As far as the overall, I love this network in the sense of we able to interact with each other, have fun with each other, and it's nothing personal because, I've seen other podcasts where the hosts get to talking about people, and that to me that's bad taste. I just think none of us are experts. We all have opinions, so no one's opinion is greater than another person's opinion because it's all opinions. So having this platform to be able to state our opinions on what we think should happen and what the Bears should do, that's all we're doing, and no one's dumb for their opinion. So I'm glad that we don't treat people like they're less than because their opinions may differ than ours. This platform gives us all to hear different sides, different opinions, and tolerating me putting up with Tevin at right tackle. Because but no, thank you guys. I really mean that. I think this is great, man. I really do.
I don't tolerate that at all, PJ.
I guess I'll close out, or I guess I'm next up. We're closing out, whatever the fuck. Once again, what PJ was saying, piggybacking on that, I think this forum that, the Podfather, big up, respect, all do. The way he set up this forum with you, Shorty, and Nomad, letting the chat, having the open mic, gives us the opportunity to make those voices heard. And by having a panel, we represent a lot of different perspectives. And so you're giving that voice to, you know, multiple points of view that we're all speaking for vicariously. And that's a real fucking cool concept, because any one of us could go on with the national talking heads and be like, yo, you need to know something about the Bears, you know, holler at us. You know what I'm saying? Don't be taking your own ideas of what you think this team needs. We got you. And so, you know, once again, shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel. And once again, all due respect to the Podfather.
All due respect to the Podfather. Luke, you have parting words, I'm sure. You're last up.
Good night.
Thank you very much.
And with that being said, guys,
I know y'all didn't think y'all didn't think y'all was gonna get up out of here. I went through too much shit.
we were trying to get the fuck out of here before you came back, Nomad.
Best believe I'm getting mines in here. Understand? No, all BS aside, man. Listen, here's the thing about this one. The comments go left, they go right, they stretch in all different directions. People feel the way they feel. We're not here to tell you how to fan. You're a fan the way you're a fan, and nobody got no business telling you how to do that. I think a lot of the misunderstandings that we have all together comes from Twitter and other platforms, and then by the time we get here, it's expressed, and then people feel how they feel about it based on those types of things. Be the fan, be the kind of fan that you want to be. You know, I'm the kind of fan that I want to be. I'm different in a way that I'm a student of the game, and I just think different, and I feel different about a whole lot of things. That doesn't mean that I think I'm better than you, I'm more than you. That just means that I go to an extra nth degree to make sure when I get on this air, I'm telling you guys I work hard to know what I'm talking about when I get here. And that doesn't mean that you're beneath me. That just means that when I go perform on the barroom, I need to know what I'm talking about. And so by the time you hear me, trust me, I can't tell you all the shit I've been through trying to make sure I know what I'm saying. And so to all you guys, man, thank you for being here. Thank you for being the kind of fan that you are and being the way that you want to be. I accept you for who you are. And so I love you guys, man, in the chat and on the show. Shorty, PJ, Triple R, you know it. Luke. Hey, I love all you people. Hey, Foster, I love you, man. All you guys, man. So keep bringing it. I want to see different people on the show. Don't let it just be these guys right here. Bring your ass on the show and let's talk about things.
And, you know, just remember, read that banner at the bottom. If you guys want to join the show, email DanTheDirtyBear@gmail.com, and we will do our damn best to bring you on the show. If you keep fucking around, you're going to see the same guys on there every week. It's become the same guys show. So let's get you guys on the show, whoever wants to join, and we'll have you on the show because you are the show. Right, guys?
That's right.
Yep.
All right, guys.
Same guy show.
Chris Watts would say, piss off. Piss off. I can't even do the British accent anymore. Piss off, you fucking wankers. It's wankers.
That's fucking wankers.
Say it one more time and we'll end it on that. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Piss off, you wankers.